Atamari e te whānau I mihi nui ana ki a koutou manuhiri mānau, mai haere mai ki warinui I a mātou te kaunihiro o Hiko Tika. It's awesome to have you all here today, to our visitors. And also a beautiful good morning to everyone tuning in on our live stream. To formally open our meeting, we'll pass over to Councillor Pleskevich to open us up with our council prayer.
Irai tātou, ka tuku mātou kia taha mai ngā māngai ko ki whirihia mo te kaunihero o te taitogerau ki te raki, I te mahi me te ngāka waha, me te whakamahi ngā pukenga, me te mātauranga I roto I ngā wānanga, me ngā whakataunga, I whakatūria I tētahi hāpore e matatika ana, I tūkotahi ana, ka mutu, ka whakapiki anō I te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka whakatau anō I ngā take o te rohe I runga I te sika me te pono. We ask that through council discussion and decision, the representatives we have elected may govern the whānau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more unified community, a united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Tūturu whiti whakamaua kia tīna. Tēnā. Aungi ui e.
Tamahi, thank you, Councillor Pleskevich. We're just going to table some apologies for today's meeting. So we have Councillor Maddie Radic, who is away. He's just had surgery. We also have Fab Islands Whanaro Community Board Chair Belinda Ward and our Kaikoe Hokianga Community Board Chair Tāmati Rakena absent. If I could get a mover for those apologies, please. Thank you, Councillor Rakena, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. All those in favour? Aye. Aye. Opposed or abstention? And that is carried. Before we get into our deputations, just a few mayoral announcements right here. Welcome again. It's awesome to have our chambers so full of whānau from the whānau in here. A reminder to those on our live stream that copies of the agenda for today, and it's quite a biggie, are available on our Whānau Council website. This meeting is also being recorded and live streamed on the Whānau District Council YouTube and Facebook pages. And for those who will be joining online today, if you are not speaking, if you could please remember to keep your microphone on mute and your camera off. And when you are going to speak, remember to turn your microphone and camera on. And if you're still on mute, I think that you have to shout me at the pub. And the Maramataka Māori today is Tāmati Rakena for me. So it's a little bit of a crazy energy day, but especially on Tāmati Rakena, the mornings are extra great. So that must be why council, for the first time I think in almost a year, almost been in for a year, we were all here well before the time we were going to start, which is great. I just want to take the time to acknowledge and offer our aroha and condolences to our doubtless Bay subdivision member on the Te Hono Community Board, Cheryl Bainbridge, for the loss of her husband, Neil Bainbridge. It's been very terrible just in the short time we've been in council, how many losses we've had. There are 30 elected members across the whānau, and just in our very close whānau, we've had a number of losses already this year. So I just want to acknowledge member Bainbridge at this time and send her all of our love. I'll come back to us the living, and I am very proud to acknowledge and congratulate Guy Holroyd, who has been chosen as our permanent new chief executive. I am very excited to be being the next. How long's your contract? 5 years? That means I have to run again. I'm very excited to spend the next 2 years at least before we have to reapply for our jobs. I'm very excited to have you on board. And now that you're not an interim C but the permanent, this is your first day in the hot seat. And I think that you can expect it to be a little bit hotter now that you have the actual contract from our elected members, so be ready for that. I also just want to acknowledge that this week we had a pōwhiri to welcome several new staff members to our Whānau District Council whānau and also our new cadets. So an extra special welcome to you all. I wasn't here for that pōwhiri because Councillor John Vusic and I were actually down in Wellington on the weekend and on Monday with over 60 other councils across the country, because we are looking at what the future for local government looks like for us and working together on 17 recommendations that came out of a panel that reviewed what local government looks like. So it was great to get down there and see all of our council cousins, and also to look at those 17 recommendations. I really encourage all of you to check out that final report and look at those recommendations, because there are many gems in there that will benefit us here in the whānau, like rating Crown land. We have a lot of Crown land. Like getting GST back on our rates, and I think when I worked it out, it was something like $11 million extra would get back in that space. Like being true and authentic Te Tiriti partners. So please do check that out, and also stay tuned in that space, because we'll be looking at how we spread that message out across our communities and find out what is the best for the whānau, the push with the new government for local government reform in that space. And I won't be afraid if that also potentially includes de-amalgamating our district if we are too big. So there's a little message there. I also want to just take the time to acknowledge that this is Mental Health Awareness Week. And I think we take for granted a lot of the time that our health is just about our physical bodies and our physical health. Our mental health is so important. So this week is all about thinking about how you look after your mental health. Now this morning, Councillor Rakena and I were at our local Reclaim gym doing a workout, and that's the way that we like to prepare ourselves for the day. So have a little think about that, and there's a lot of resources online that you can check out for that. I don't know if you also noticed, but it's also a general election year. So please, whānau, in our last elections, we only had in our local elections, we only had a far north voter turnout of around 40%. Enroll to vote, have a look at the different parties, look at what they're offering, for us here in the whānau, and please make sure that you vote. Finally, you may have noticed, I don't know if you noticed or not, but we might be from the Far North District Council supporting the Warriors who are in the preliminary final score of the NRL this weekend against the Brisbane Broncos over in Australia, in Queensland. So, Councillor Rakena asked if we could do a council video to support our boys over in Australia. That's why we've got our wah wall over here, and we'll do that video later. But to close off my mayoral announcements, up the last. With that, we'll get into our deputations, and it is a huge privilege to welcome Te Kura Iwi o Omanaya students who have come along to speak to council today, and they've been brought along by our deputy chair of the Kaikoe Hokianga Community Board, Whaitania Celia Mihiana Antitan. We're going to pass over to Benno Tauira for your deputation to council. Nau mai haere mai tamariki mā e poho kuku pāna hau ki te kitatuia koutou, kua tai mai ki konei taone nui o kaikohe kohe ki te kōrere mai ki tēnei kainihira, nā ka tukuna te kaimakia koutou. Tēnā koutou. Kia ora.
He pō, he ao, tāki mai te ata kōrihi mai te mane ka awa te ati he wotari ora. Ko te mihi toa tai ki te atua, nāna I homai tēnei rangi, mukopuna ki a tau mai ona, muna ki tanga ki runga I a tātou I tēnei wano reira. Tinga ma te kohinga I te tau, I te marama I te uki, I tēnei rā tonu. Haere atu rā ki te kāpuni o rehua. Toki atu ki a tātou ngā kanihi ora, kua hui mai nei, tēnā tātou. Nō reira, ko te tikanga kia haere whai tō tātene rā. Nō reira, ko pukeria me ngā pukehaonga maunga, ko taukahua e tōku awa, ko ngā tuku matawharu atu waka, ko nupatara te kahautu, ko papatara te tōinga, ko hokianga te mana. Ko ngā tihau me ngā te kaharau o kuhapu, ko ngā pui te iwi. Ko te piti te marae no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tō te katoa.
I got it. No, I was just joking about that.
Tūnga kari. Aroha mai, it only works on my
Ko mātou tēnei ngā uri o Ngāti Rau me Ngāti Kārau e tono ana o mai ana. Kia koutou ngā kaimahi o te kaimihira haere mai ki o Hokianga, me haere ki o haere mai ki o Manaia, me o haere mai ki tō mātou kura atāroa. Ka kite koutou I tō mātou mahi ki tō mātou awa. Ka kite hoki koutou ki tō mātou mahi hangaroa ki te tiaki I a Papatua Niku. He whenua tūrikura koe o koutou I mai.
Ko atu ki a Councillor McNally.
Oh, mate, you better come with me. We need some help.
And,
Thank you.
So Abel and his mum in Nahipo made little cupcakes, and they're little cupcakes that have got potholes in them. And little flags with all the names of our roads. And as a reminder, the purpose of our day here was to introduce ourselves, to make us known that o manaia hoki anga meta. Our tamaki know and understand that what we receive is based on rateable land and is based on population. We have a low population base, as we have much Māori land, which we're proud of having our Māori land. But we say, kawe e koutou wari wari. Don't forget who we are and where we're from. We wanted to put a face to our name, and as Dixon has said, no mai haere mai ki te kura a iwi o o manaia. No mai haere mai koutou.
Thank you very much.
E te koutou. Te kaha koutou.
Thank you for the pothole cupcakes. We're well aware of the problems right across the network, and that's great. And we'll just, so long as the kids put the plastic in the thing, they better take all these lollies. That's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. If I could just echo his sentiments and thank you all from Te Kura Iwi o Manaia for braving our pothole-ridden roads, and I love the cupcakes that have them all on there, to come here to our council headquarters here in Kaikohe for a deputation to us. It means so much that you're willing to stand up and to speak for your community, to let the people who get to make decisions about your community what you need to see for a better community. Ureira e ngā tamariki, e ngā rangatira, o te kura aiwi o Omanaia, e mihi nui atu ana ki a koutou katoa i te haringa mai ki tēnei kaunihira, ki te kōrero mai ki a mātou. A tōna wā pia, ko koutou anō wēnā ka noho mai ki tēnei tēpū, hei kai kaunihira, hei kōwhai, hei kahika anō hoki mo te hipo tika. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, Māori ora. Ka pai anō hoki, it's the holidays soon. So I hope you all have a really great holiday as well. And thank you for coming in.
Kahika. It's good to know that our manager of NTA is here, Calvin Thomas. So your message has been delivered to the man that looks after the roading program across the north. Well done.
So for our whānau online, we got a very special gift. Cupcakes with all of our hokianga roads on them, with potholes in them. And we happen to have our Northern Transportation Alliance manager, Calvin, in chambers today. And so we've given them over to him so that he can see them as well. Thank you all very much. And that's going to be a hard act to follow for the rest of those who have come along for deputations. Our next deputation is from Matua Hone Harawira, and he's joining us by Teams today to speak to item 6.4, a lease extension request for Aupori Ngāti Kahu Te Rarawa Trust. Matua Hone, if you could unmute, and we'll pass the time over to you for your deputation. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora tātou, korongo koutou ki taku reo.
Aye.
Right, kia ora tātou. Tutahi, he hui rangatira tāku ki tā wai ngā wiki Māori Rakena, engari whai rawa te hoki mai ki te kāinga. Tuarua, mihi atu ki a koutou ngā mokopuna o Omanaia, e waiatana e ngā waiata. Atu I tērā, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry we didn't have any cupcakes. But Jane Jones and I spent all of last night putting down a hangi that Penny was supposed to bring around to you all, and clearly they haven't got it. So if in it, you better get these fellas a hangi sometime soon, eh? Okay, back to the kaupapa. Can you fellas all see those notes that I sent down earlier? Yes. Okay, Kapa. Well, it's pretty straightforward. We saw a big block of wasteland, really, that wasn't being used in Kaitaia West. We're mindful also of the fact that there are public services and parks, etc., all over Kaitaia, but nothing in Kaitaia West. So we decided we'd try and do something about changing that. So in 2018, we signed a 5-year lease with the council. Following year, we got a concept plan done on what was possible. And then we realized it was going to be bigger than what we thought because of how bad the land was. It had been used for a dumping ground for council landfill, and very boggy cows had been using it. It was listed as a dog park. No humans were involved in doing anything on their land for quite some time. So we've got a condition report and a feasibility study, and we're developing the land and the building. In 2021, we started our community consultation about what was possible based on the feasibility study, what it is that the whānau at home, and in Kaitaia West in particular, would like to see happen in terms of their kids, their whānau, our kaumātua and our kuia, etc., etc., etc. In 2022, we looked at, there was suggested that in the report, the feasibility study would cost $60,000 to do all of the drainage, the foundation work, the grading and the regrassing of that park. We got all of that done, and it's all been done. It's in beautiful condition now. And then this year, we spent again our own money to reconnect the power to the building, reconnect the water, refit the electrical, do all of the plumbing, and get all of the toilets working again. So all of that's been done in the 5 years that we've had it. We have plans to, and you will have all seen the paperwork that we've sent on this, for a boardwalk, for exercise stations, for a playground, a fruit orchard and community garden, multi-sports field, and 3-on-3 basketball court, and of course refurbishing of the building, which, you know, we've had costed out. It's going to probably be around, at a minimum, $800,000. That's still with us paying most of the basic labour work ourselves. Now, you can't get funding to do that sort of work on a 5-year lease. So that's why we asked straight up for a 30-year lease. I mean, council will still own it. All we will have is a lease, and we don't mind there being points where what we're doing gets checked by council, and if we're not meeting standards, then move us on. But we know we've done a good job up until now, and those on the council and the community board who had the opportunity to see it will know so. But we really need a long-term lease so that when we apply for funding, funders can see the work programs that we are proposing can be completed and generate positive returns. So really, that's where we're wanting to go with all of this. But we can't do it on a 5 + 5 + 5 + 5 + 5 forever. Just, it's too hard to manage a long-term project like this. So yeah, open for any questions, open for any comments, open for any suggestions. But we've done the base work, but we've done all of that work, I don't mind saying, without asking council for 1 cent so far. And up until now, we're still not asking for 1 cent. That will come tomorrow. But right now, we'd like simply an extension of the lease to enable us to apply for some serious funding to develop that park as a community facility. Mō ngā whānau katoa o roto o tērā taha o Kaitaia. So, koe nāno, e a koutou te wā I tēnei wā e moko. Me koutou anō nuki rai tō auniri. Mene e pātai, e kōrero, te ora tātou.
Tēnā koe, Ngā We'll open, we do have some time for any questions from the table. If there are any. Councillor Rakena.
Tēnā koe taia kai ka o tira tēnā koe te katoa I noho mai nei. Mihi ana kia koe te rangatira e hone kua hono mai a ipurangi nei. Kia mātou e noho ana ki te kua o te wheke. E rongo ana I te haruru o a mātou puku. I te reka o ngā kapu keke me ngā hangi e haere ake nei. Just a quick part, because this is public knowledge and it's actually up on our council website as well for the agenda, for today's agenda, but just wanting to know, matua hone, kua kite koe I te recommendation e hanga ana ki tākoutou lease for A&T. We do understand that currently it's pushing for a 5-year term, but ko te hihia o A&T kia noho te rihi mō ngā tau toritiko, so that's a 15 + 15-year lease for Te Aupauri Ngāti Kau Te Rarawa Trust over Tangonge domain, and that will go through for public consultation once everything is sorted out. Just wanting to know if you're aware of this, and he hara o hakaro ka whakai koe, e kore raini koe e whakai tātu mea kia hau nei, e whakapai ana ka noho councillor Helkiat Harawira ki te taha kia kore e tutuki kona whakaro ki tēnei wāhanga o te pepa. Kia ora.
Ai, ko kite au I te kōrero o te kwari. o te kāinga nei. Engari, tāku, kua tātou, me pēhera wā māpai nei mahi haere uri rauna te kōrero ki te hapuri. We've already done a community consultation and we filed that over the years as part of our request from council for support for various initiatives that we've been involved in. We're ready to go. We don't just want another extension of a 5-year lease. We're ready to start applying for some serious funding now. All I'm saying is the protection is that 1, the council will still own the property. 2, the council wants to add monitoring points to the lease. That can be done. We're happy to do that, but we really just want to get moving on it, eh? I'm not sure how many councillors have had the opportunity to go down to see that park and the condition it's in now. I know a couple of you that have, and I just think, yeah, we're ready to move forward as quickly as possible. So if you can help to facilitate that, we'd appreciate it. A 15 by 15 is fine.
Ka pai. You're very welcome to watch on when we get to this paper, Mata Hone, and we will likely have questions of our staff around the processes that we have to follow in council based off of the request you're putting across. We've got time for one final question from Councillor Research.
Yeah, kura, Honey, I'm sitting beside your good wife here, Whai Hilda, so I've got to be very careful what I say. But just looking at the recommendation with Tāmati actually raised, there's a 5-year lease, and then there's a further public consultation looking at a 15 by 15. I'm just wondering if that were to happen the way it's written. Two little short questions really. Is that going to compromise you receiving the funding that you need, having that initial 5 years? And the second thing is the public consultation. In that little thing you mentioned there, that you've mentioned public consultation ongoing. So yes. Can you explain what you're currently doing there, and therefore, and also whether that initial 5 years is going to compromise the action that you could do?
Sure. First of all, yeah, an extension of a 5-year lease will mean that there's no serious funding that we can apply for until that period's gone. So, and that's a dead 5 years. So we'd ask for that to be gotten rid of in the first instance, and move straight to the 15 by 15. In terms of the community consultation, that comes about because we also run a kaupapa called Open the Curtains, where we go around and knock on the doors in those communities which are not well serviced by government departments and local authorities, and Kaitaia West is one of our major areas. So we are in those streets daily, quite frankly. We have a working base down there at the Seventh-day Adventist Church as well. We are talking to families on an ongoing basis about their immediate needs, about the needs of their kids, about the needs of the safety on the roads, because that road is also a back road where a lot of the milk tankers travel at speed. So we are in constant contact with the whānau in Kaitaia, and because of our commitment to Open the Curtains, that continues on a daily basis. So yeah, we'd be happy to work through it with staff if necessary, to ensure that if they want to come down and meet with some of our whānau, they can. We'd suggest 1, skip the 5 years, 2, go to the 15 by 15, so we can move forward with the work. And I don't mind adding, Whai Hilda help you out, Harawira doesn't tell me anything about what you've done.
What did he say?
I have to go into Shane's place and hear it from Penny.
Tēnā koe Matua Hone, thank you very much for your deputation to our council. And
one other thing, sorry, Luka. E hihi ana taku kura o Omanaia te waiata I tētai waiata e waka kapi taku kura. Ka pai Omanaia?
Ai.
E mai waiata mai.
Tēnā koutou katoa tamariki mā. Tēnā koe
Moro
mata.
tātou.
Now I think look at this clock is broken, honestly. Something. I think there's a lesson potentially to be learned there by future presentations to our council, that if you're also going to sing your point across, the clock suddenly slows down in our speaking. But we do have a massive agenda. I thank you very much, and we'll continue on to our next presentation. We have Tracy Dalton and Morel Douglas today to speak to the Te cycle trail. We'll let our kura sneak out, and then we'll pass the time over to you. And look at that, my clock is working again, unless you potentially sing a song as well.
Baking?
Hey, oh.
Just while we're letting them get out, just a reminder for those of us in Chambers, for anyone who is online or teamsing in, our microphones here in Chambers are incredibly sensitive, so any shuffling of papers or anything like that are picked up. So if we could try and keep that to a minimum when people are speaking, that would be appreciated. We'll also, just on that, you'll notice that our Far North map has gone and our Chambers on the back wall there. That's because we're having a Chambers refresh, so acknowledging the fact that we've got really poor sound and light quality in here. We have a new sound system that will be getting installed. We have a digital wall that will be going up on the back wall there. And we also are having our lights fixed up and adjusted so that we can have better live streaming quality. So I'm looking forward to that. And our kura has gone out, so I can stop mumbling on. I'm happy to pass the time over to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora. E wehi ana ahau ki a tātou katoa. Nā reira e aku iti, e okurahi, nei no ahau a Tracy Dalton. E mihi ana ahau a ki a koutou katoa. Te taha o oku whaia, ko taratara te mauna, ko mangawhiro te awa, ko o Tangaroa te marae. Ko Ngāti Rangi mata kaka, ko Ngāti Rangi mata mamoe ngā hapu. Ki Ngāti Kahu ki Whaingaroa te iwi. No kaikoi au, ki te kainga e opu hoa rangatira e King Dalton. Ko te whenua, ko tātou anu ko te whenua. Nā reira, ngā whanaunga, mana whenua, tēnā tātou katoa. Greetings everyone, thank you for the opportunity, and I will be quick. I'm good at a speed date. I think just putting a face to the name of Pouherengatai and showing the connectivity between communities and collaboration is all I need to pass on to you. Currently, I'm the trail manager, but I will declare an interest. I've been involved with Pouherengatai since the inception, once as a community board chair and after that as a councillor. Kia ora, Anne, Steve, and Matty must be out fishing or bringing the coda. What do you reckon? Look, Pouherengatai is one of 23 great rides. This is the best of the country. And when I say best, I say that it's had the best injection of funding and support. So congratulations, you've been part of a good, successful journey. And what makes Pouherengatai stand out is the uniqueness of what we offer a visitor. This area is rich with cultural and heritage stories and our shared histories. We're close to the biggest domestic market, and only one of 3 that is a family-friendly ride. In contrast, the South Island cycle trails showcase large and empty landscapes. I'll quickly summarise that. It's a brief background, what the benefit to the region is, and the support that great rides give, some of our challenges, and this will domino onto the next speaker, Laurel. I'm not a multitasker. They say women are, but hang on. Do I point it at the thing?
You just push it to the there you go.
Okay. We started in 2010, and in 2018, the trail was completed and a charitable trust was started. The community, mana whenua and hapu appointed trustee representatives who sit alongside 2 council appointed trustees. At present, that is Councillor Busich and Councillor Bay. It's a good time to acknowledge that the strategic leadership and support with hapu relationships is fantastic. I want to thank you both for that, and I also want to acknowledge Adrian Tari, who had the role for myself. She achieved great things, including many land access agreements. The benefits to the district. At the peak before we had a lockdown, we had 140,000 people visit and use the trail. That's a huge influx on a community, whether it be horiki, the humble horiki, or the opulent or poor. That contrast is something that challenges and intrigues our visitors. During the time, we established a network of businesses, and together we worked on providing product and local empowerment and opportunities within the communities. During lockdown, the Cycle Trail Trust of Great Rides did a survey and analysed that 900,000, that's nearly $1 billion, was spent by cyclists visiting the region's cycle trails. Those participants' average stay is 2 to 3 nights. The total average spend is over $790. That's all sorts of spend, but it is in the districts. Great Rides provides us with a lot of economic support. It is Ministry of Tourism funding. They have a funding stream where 100% reimbursement for extreme damages due to vandalism and weather is paid by MB. This year alone, we've secured $200,000 to make weather-related repairs. They're bringing in a new funding stream later this year to ensure that health and safety standards are all maintained at a high level. We all know what can happen when it goes wrong. Health and safety is a concern for ourselves as a cycle trail and you as the asset owner and holder.
just want to acknowledge that one of our successes is Northland Experiences, whose high-end product includes a five-night stay, 3 days cycling. Despite the weather, they had 420 paying guests last summer. They are almost completely booked out with their 14 tours for this summer. This is high-end. The trail towns have developed a real sense of pride and personal identity. The two standouts, because I'm speed dating, is Okaiho, which was a quiet settlers township. It's been reinvigorated with bustling cafes with good food and reputation, as well as other retail outlets. But the biggest success that is emerging is Horeke. The local hapu manages 2 boutique accommodation, and one of those is owned by Utukura 7 in Court. The local community members have started a cultural and heritage tour, and the pub is closed. That has brought a really good dimension into that community. At first we thought, what was our visitor going to do? But it isn't all about a pub. The significant changes that have happened in the past 3 years has been the closure, a temporary closure of the section between Opu and Kawakawa. That was brought about by a PGF-funded tourism project. The impact was it was closed for 15 months. This created some, am I going to look for my piece of paper, guys? I'm going to ad-lib. A lot of the businesses went into hibernation during this challenging time of COVID and not upstanding our brand Twin Coast. However, we continue to provide support as the trust, reducing costs, continuing to promote and actively being in front of the RTO and New Zealand Great Rides. In the last year, Council supported us in moving forward with several projects. It was to fund the concept, to open a temporary road route to maintain our twin brand between Opua and Kawakawa. It was supporting a train connecting the cyclists from Kawakawa to Opua. It was to support the investigation of a design of a route for the permanent cycle trail inside the rail corridor beside the train. Kitariki is the project that's going to next week. I just want to acknowledge that the partnership that we've developed, working as communities, collaborating and supporting one another, knowing that the end product will be a great tourism attraction, education facilities for our own, and economic viability for everybody. I acknowledge that the Council needs to continue supporting our projects through the LTP, and we acknowledge our role is to find additional funding. Our only other challenge is to maintain the status of a great ride. That means that once the health and safety standard is up, that we as the Council maintain this piece of infrastructure. You can be proud of the fact that your investment many years ago has continued to improve the relationships amongst communities and provide a sustainable opportunity for economic development. Thank you for your time. Ngā mihi. I'd like Laurel to come and speak rather than have questions.
Ora koutou katoa. My name is Laurel Douglas, and most of you know me from various places throughout the
By
district.
another name too.
By another name.
Congratulations.
Yes, it was good to get rid of that last one. No. I am a long-term local, live in Kalakaua and have lived in Kaitaia and the Bay as well. My children whakapapa to Te Rarawa, called Wainui Marae, so spend a lot of time up there as well, and good. So, kia ora, thank you for having me. I think, do I press to go? Is there a presentation too? I think these are just papers.
Just one moment.
Yeah, sorry. So I circulated a couple of papers to you previously last night, just for reading information. Essentially, I'm here as Kitariki. I'm one of the businesses, as a person, I guess, a business that was impacted by COVID, and also the cycleway closures and Kawakawa. There's, sorry, Dolly, there's one more PowerPoint. Yeah. No? No? If not, that's okay. I'll just talk to others have got it on a memory stick. It's just 2 PDFs. Yeah, it's a presentation on there. If you can do it, if not. Okay. All good.
We can circulate it after the round.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I'm here as Kitariki, which is a joint venture entity between Ngāti Hini, Ngā Tangariki o Ngāti Hini, and the Bay of Islands Vintage Railway. So Kitariki is an outcome, I guess, of our provincial growth funding project. And this wonderful chart here that you have just shows the projects that we delivered or are in the middle of delivering through our provincial growth funding projects, through Shane, thank you so much, and all the team to get to there. There was a whole lot of work around the Kawakawa station, rolling stock, building a new training and service centre, as well as updating Gabriel with a new boiler. You might have seen her, she's the flagship steam engine. Hopefully she is back on track. So we host a lot of school kids and visitors throughout the district to come down and enjoy the train experience. The other component was restoring the track, so that is about halfway back to a place called Te Akiaki from Kawakawa heading back towards Upua. So that is where we come into, I guess, challenges with the Cycleway Trust, and we've tried to establish a train connection, which has been really successful over the last summer, which carries cyclists for the section of track that we've restored. We enter a short-term 1-year licence to occupy with the cycleway to ensure the section between Opua and Akiaki remains open. Oh, there it is.
Came through at 8:30 last night. Apologies, Laura. There we go.
Yes. And so we are continuing the cycle trail connection for this summer. I guess as a team of people, we have 22 staff, trainees, and we have about 46 volunteers currently. We'll be bringing on another 24 staff and trainees next year when we start the rest of the track restoration. There's just some beautiful imagery. A lot of you might not have seen this unique and special section of the corridor, and that's just a photo of some of our team, sorry. So we range from sort of 19 to 89, and we're all very passionate about what we're doing. The training came through a separate contract through MSD and Manaramahi, which was amazing, bringing on trainees and employees that haven't worked since they were 11. A lot of them never had full-time jobs, and now they've had 2 years full-time employment, and they're into level 3 civil construction, which is astounding. All these guys, it's massive achievement. So I guess in terms of our project deliverables, we also do, so there's the rail infrastructure. That in itself is a track, so 13 kilometres track, 13 bridges, 1 tunnel. Rolling stock is 2 steam engines, 8 diesel engines, about 6 carriages, and a whole lot of turntables and platforms. This is all very sexy rail talk. It's very interesting and exciting, but I have a team that do awesome work. We're also restoring the Minerva. That's a 1910 steamboat, which is being restored in Opua. It is a dream that a lot of you might have seen parked up in Kirikiri for about 30 years with some amazing stalwarts in there, you know, trying to restore this vessel. It's now being relocated to Upua, thanks to Far North Holdings. It's in the commercial estate and it's been restored there. And that has had its challenges, like all of our projects over COVID, but will be in the water and will be carrying passengers. So it's pretty awesome. So the aspiration is steam train to steamboat, and then we get to the next slide. Sorry, which is, I don't know if that works here. Which is what we're calling integrated transport and integrated experiences. So I think this is really cool. It's talking steam train, steamboat, cycle, kayak or waka, walking and cruise. It's connecting the Bay of Islands and moving visitors west. It's the vision of what I think the cycle trail was about, was sharing and dispersing passengers and using our Bay of Islands, which captures everyone, and making sure they're going west and north. It also talks about connecting flora, fauna, art, sites of significance, cultural stories, and the biodiversity corridor is kind of what we're calling it at the moment. Seems to be helping with funding. So the idea is we're packaging up a whole lot of experiences that aren't all owned by us. We're actually just the core infrastructure that allows people to tap into this. That includes individual whānau developing projects and businesses on their own, and then being able to communicate, host those tours, and really create a whole lot of series, separate but integrated products. I think this is really unique for Northland and our USP as a community, because we're pretty good at collaborating and working together, and I think it's about strengthening and growing the communities. I guess the next slide, sorry, I know we're short on time, co-funding, this is something that's important, and we are all working really hard to do. So MB, PGF funding, lotteries funding, Foundation North, Ministry of Culture and Heritage, operating income, Waka Kotahi and FNDC are all pitching into this project in terms of how we connect and make this possible. It's a huge group effort, all doing our part, and I love co-funding because it means we can start small and get really big. So thank you for everyone in there. Impact, Tracy talked about the numbers. I guess it's also just tapping into the numbers of cycleway tourism, but also the cruise ship market. So it's unlocking that cruise ship market that's coming into Opua, into play here. I go to those meetings, they have 92 passengers cruise ships this year, and they talk about being at capacity. I'm like, no, don't turn away the cruise ships, share the love, share it out, get it out to Kaupapa, Kaikoe, get it west. So that's the message, and even through Kirikiri, a lot of them aren't travelling through there. So there's lots of opportunities for us. Also, it's just talking about the train gets a lot of ticks. So on social media for even the cycleway, it's becoming a unique selling proposition where people see the train and the kids having fun. We have families ride the train, some on the bike and competing. It's really fun. There's a few other things there I can't read. Next slide. Commitment. So this is really what I'm here today. So the long story short is, through the process we've done with the council, we got told the challenge for this project was design, lease and funding and consents. So they were what we were told as challenges. We've worked really hard together, Tracy and I and Kevin as well, to remove all those blocks this year. So we now have design and engineering approved by KiwiRail and all the stakeholders. We have the lease secured in terms of that. The Vintage Railway have surrendered a portion of the corridor to the council, and that is now a separate lease, or can be a separate lease for the council, which is huge progress. The consent is ready to roll from the 30th of this month. Done the CIA, the ecology reports, everything's looking great, and the design, if you haven't seen it yet, is amazing. So it's a real knockout, great ride for sure. I think for us, it's just, we're ready to roll. The train is ready to roll. We've got our commitments to our funding that we have to get in and start the next stage. So we've had this little hiatus, but we do need to start construction, and it will impact on the cycleway. We're trying to get commitment to make sure what this council agreed, or I don't know if it was this council, it was the last council, September last year, put funding in the LTP. I think it was confirmed at 13.5 million. And we are wanting to see that moved into the annual plan, and so we can get going. So that's my key message. We are ready to go. We want to get going. We will continue to do fundraising together, and I assure you we will get some. Okay, so if there's any questions, knock us out. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much to both of you for your presentation. We have run out of time, but I'll ask councillors that if they have any, that they can contact you directly, and you're open to receiving questions in that way. And we'll also speak with our chief executive and staff later on what your request means and what that would mean from us in terms of decision making if we have to move things around, and what potential impacts of that could be. But what we please do, guys, is to make sure that we, at an operational level, touch base so that we all have better understanding. And please keep up the fabulous work.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll now move into our final deputation. And I am very pleased to have Sam Stewart in chambers today, who is speaking to item 6.7, a cat management policy.
Kia ora. You'll be pleased to know I've condensed mine to 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, not only here today, but during our previous meetings. We really appreciate the council taking the time to listen to the proposed bylaw. As a summary, Coast to Coast Cat Rescue was born due to the sheer number of cats in the Whānau. Our team was formerly part of the Bear Islands Animal Rescue, and over the last 3 years we grew exponentially, uncovering more and more of a problem the more we got stuck in. There are many positive benefits to cat ownership. However, we must also acknowledge the problems associated with cat overpopulation and feral cats. Uncontrolled cat breeding creates nuisance behaviours such as fighting, running across roads, entering our houses, stealing other pets' foods and spraying, uncontrolled breeding resulting in unwanted litters, public health concerns such as toileting in neighbours' gardens and children's sandpits, getting into rubbish, predation of wildlife, financial and emotional impacts on persons who find and try to rehome the unwanted kittens, and increased burden on rescue groups. Uncontrolled cat breeding causes a risk to health through the transmission of zoonotic diseases such as ringworm and flea infestation, toxoplasmosis, gastrointestinal infections, and infections resulting from cat bites and scratches. Under Section 145 of the Local Government Act, the Council has a statutory mandate to protect the public from nuisance and to protect, promote and maintain public health and safety. Local authorities are able to mandate the desexing, microchipping and registering of companion cats under Section 146 of the Local Government Act. Since April 21, we have had a total of 1,620 cats and kittens come into care. That's just me.
How many? Sorry, how much was it?
1,620. That's just our rescue, not SPCA, not Donna, anybody else. A significant proportion of these cats were likely previously owned but strayed or were lost, or may have been unwanted kittens owned or stray cats. We feel the report produced by the policy advisor is biased, incorrect in places, and key information has been omitted. There is actually a worldwide movement towards the mandatory microchipping and desexing of companion cats, and many councils across New Zealand are now looking into mandates. The issue is not proving to be controversial, but is in fact highlighting great support from the public. For example, in 2021, the Whangarei District Council opened the door to discussion about cat management. They received well over 1,000 submissions in support of compulsory microchipping, registering and desexing of cats. Bulla has recently proposed the most stringent bylaw in the country, which is currently up for submissions. Initially, they proposed only a 4-cat limit per household. However, due to public backlash and support, they now propose a 2-cat limit and compulsory desexing and microchipping. Tasman Council is also inching back towards introducing a cat management bylaw requiring microchipping and registration of domestic cats, and staff are currently preparing a report for consideration. Other councils now amending bylaws to include desexing as well as microchipping include Wellington and Hutt City. The author, whilst outlining the summary of the outcomes from mandated desexing of cats in Australia, fails to mention that there is a lack of quality data related to this type of policy, and it is difficult to disentangle outcomes related to other policies. The SPCA report used has been taken out of context, and they do very much support mandatory snipping and chipping, as can be seen in their submissions to other councils. The report also states that people now associate Whangarei Council with cats, and that people turn up at the service desk with them. I personally know the compliance officer and can confirm that this has happened only twice. Another incorrect statement is that NRC manages and controls feral cats across the region. They're not responsible for any cats in residential areas, only in reserves. Local councils are responsible for wandering animals that cause a nuisance and create health problems. Whilst carrying out our work, we come across many people who need help. Pretty much everybody has taken us up on the offer of free desexing through one of the many grants we receive. In a recent collaboration with the SPCA, we exhausted 300 cat desexers and 300 dog desexers in just 6 weeks at Fairbairn's Vets. This has just been extended to another 620 animals. Our local vets do have the capacity to deal with increased demand. We're not asking Whānau District Council to build and maintain a cat pound and pay for cat police. There are models already being used by other councils that are not as onerous and costly as a pound. For example, Wellington City Council has partnered with a shelter with existing facilities to help with their operation to eradicate stray cat colonies across the city. Desexing and microchipping are long-term strategies that will address problems with overpopulation of cats, and we feel that a bylaw would give us an extra tool to gain compliance. NRC states in their submission in support of the bylaw that voluntary compliance is not sufficient on its own, and that the combined effect of regulation, voluntary compliance and education is the most effective and efficient way to progress. Following the Environment Select Committee's recommendation to the Government for legislation on mandatory desexing and registration of cats, we feel that the Council should show leadership now and be proactive. If a Cat Management Act is introduced, then this will then become a requirement. If the process has started now, it will save the ratepayers money down the line. We would like a bylaw mandating desexing and microchipping alongside a council-funded animal education officer. This would give some authority plus a centralised person that networks across agencies for results. Most people will do the right thing when it comes to cats, however many need help and support which we and other rescue groups are willing to give. By introducing this bylaw under section 146, Council is giving a strong message to the community that they support responsible cat ownership, value our environment, want to protect our unique biodiversity and care about the residents of the Far North. There is no counter-argument to mandatory desexing and microchipping of companion cats, only benefits to all.
Thank you very much. You must have very decent lungs. You did incredibly well during that time. We have run out of time, but because I'm the mayor, I get that move. And I think understanding orders, even in Hapu, get a longer time. So because you're representing Ngāti Toa today, I know we've had a few meetings, and what I remember you getting across, and I was hoping you could share this with the table, was that as a voluntary organisation, a stronger regulatory function from our council will actually empower you in the work that you're doing voluntarily across our district. Are you able to just speak more to how, if we were to have a stronger regulatory approach with the powers we have as council, what that actually means for, because what was it, 1,760 cats alone this year. You do incredible work across our district in this space, and council currently doesn't have those rules in place for our district that would do your job. Could you just speak a little bit more to what that means for you and your organisation?
As an example, think of.
It's interesting actually, NZ Cat, who do the microchipping registration, anytime a bylaw has been introduced in any other district, there's been a spike in microchipping registration immediately following that. We sort of feel that a bylaw is just, it's part of a tool. It's got to come along with education and everything else. But this has to become the new normal. We expect dog owners to control their dogs. Why are we not expecting cats to be the same? It would sort of give us, you know, when we're talking to people, say, hey, it is actually the law. How can we help you achieve this? Most people are really accepting of help. We often take cats into the vets for desexing if they can't manage it themselves. We've got funding all day long, even when this $300, 300 cats is finished with. There's constant grants that we can get. The NZ Companion Animals Trust has a grant a couple of times a year. We've just got $10,000 from them for desexing as well. So it is continuous. It's just about supporting people and just making it aware that this should be normal. We should be controlling our cats.
All right, we're going to go to Deputy Mayor Strickland and then Councillor Haukiat Harawira to close.
Sam, are you seeing any spike in cat numbers due to the non-desexing during COVID
lockdowns?
That's really difficult to say. Cats breed prolifically. They just do. I think it's something ridiculous, like a female cat over 3 years can have 376 kittens. So that's just her kittens, not the kittens having kittens, which so then it obviously becomes this giant pyramid of cats. At the moment, it's very difficult because nobody's really been taking any responsibility for it. So they've just sort of been left to get on with it and breed away.
Thank you. Councillor Haukia Harawira.
Kia ora, just apartheid. We've got 3 options before us. The first one is to develop a cat management policy. The second option is include cats in the animal nuisance bylaw. Yeah, and the third one is do nothing. Which of option 1 and 2 do you prefer?
We would option 2. You would think, yeah, the bylaw. It's interesting, cats, there's 4 different groups of cats. You've got your companion cat, then you've got an abandoned cat, which we see a lot of, and then you've got stray cats and feral cats. Cats can actually move across each of those 4 groups their entire lifetime. So if somebody's got a companion cat they haven't desexed, they move out, leave it behind, it continues. So it's actually by targeting that group of companion cats and getting those desexed, we know that if they are abandoned, at least they're not out there then contributing to the rest of it. It is a long-term strategy, but if we don't do anything now, it's not going to, well, it's going to get worse.
Thank you. And to close, because I'm feeling incredibly generous today, Councillor McNally has a final question.
I'm a bit more. What is it you need and how can council help?
We don't really want money. Well, we do want money. Just this bylaw gives us, we'd be able to say to people, hey, it is the law. We need to, how can we get you to do this? We're not asking you to have £1. I mean, I think the policy advisors looked at this very much as if cats are dogs. It's a completely different thing. Crikey, cats. So we really just want the bylaw to have a little bit of support and to say this is what needs to be done and for it just to become the new normal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that you have inspired some questions that will be put across to our staff when we get to that part of the paper. You're very welcome to stay in chambers for council if you like. We are going to have a 10-minute break now though, so if any elected members have further questions, feel free to hit it. If we could please pause our live stream and we'll be back at 9:30.
Please confirm there, Harley. Rebecca.
Welcome back to our meeting. We have got a significant number of items on here. So we're going to jump straight into item 5.1, our confirmation of previous minutes, but I'm happy to move if I could be seconded. Councillor Research. I didn't pick up on anything, Councillor Research, did you?
Didn't see it.
Opening to the table. Nothing there, so it's been moved and seconded. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed or against, or abstentions? And that is carried. We will now move to our community board minutes, item 7.2 on page 378. And the recommendation is to approve our committee minutes. I'm also happy to move this one if I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rakena. And we will head over to our community board representatives at the table. And we will start with you, Chair Gardner.
Thank you. Now, this meeting was very quick. It was probably a record. An hour, how about that? So, at any rate, we only had funding applications, basically. However, there is a significant amount of money that we have directed into our $30,000 to Kotahi Marae to complete their playground, which will be just so awesome for the families in that area. And the other significant amount was $8,530 for the Ahika Arahau group for the CCTV. So we're really happy to do that. And also $2,830 we can provide the school for signage around their mountain biking trail. So we're really happy. That's all from me. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair Gardner. We'll go to Deputy Chair Elia for the Kaikoe Hokianga Community Board minutes. Was there anything you wanted to add about the board and the meeting?
Lots and lots of little bits of funding given to our different little community activities and events. As an example, a $3,000 grant was given to the Hokianga Community Education Trust for publication of a book, which they sell, and the money benefits our youth and people in our community. We've got our Hokianga Country Music Festival coming up, so a grant was given to that also. The one thing that I do want to say, and I'm very, very pleased on the progress that was made at the Kohukulu Town Hall. Nami kia koe and Councillor Research was definitely supporting that over. But I am very, very extremely proud of our community board. We now have a strategic plan. We have prioritised out of our strategic plan, we need to have put it all in around the long-term plan. We want to give a special mihi to our GG girls and democracy services for the support, stepping over to support us to get this off the ground, because there was a number of personnel changes. But I'm very, very pleased and proud that we have produced a long-term strategic plan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair Filia. We have had apologies from Chair Ward for the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board, but as our council appointed member, Councillor Court, I wonder if you wanted to add anything to the minutes that are there. Thank you very much. I just want to acknowledge that we don't have the best reputation in our council across our district. And what do you get out of council? What does this council do for me? I live on septic and with a tank, and I don't use the library, so what do I get out of this council? Our community boards, with the small amount of funding overall from the pie that we get, do amazing and fantastic things across our district, month in, month out. And I don't think that Far Northerners actually realise how many events, placemaking projects, and all of those little things that contribute immensely to the value of the Far North, and that's all thanks to you all and the work you do on our behalf across our communities from a community board level. So I just think it's really worthy of acknowledging that, and that when we do hear people say, what do I get? Actually direct them to our community board minutes, direct them to the funding that comes out of our community boards, and I think that you'd only have to have 2 or 3 degrees of separation from actually personally knowing or seeing or being a part of some of those events, some of those beneficiaries of the funds that we do put through there. So thank you very much to you all. Councillor Rakena is seconded. Do you have anything you want to contribute?
Thank you.
Open to the table.
Just want to make one very quick comment,
Councillor Message.
Mr. Chair, and that is just acknowledging Jessie McVeigh, speaking with what, in one of the, I think, our workshops, did a very excellent presentation of the Rakena Community Board strategy, just filling on from what Amy said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have a right of reply, so we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstentions? And the motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.1 on page 17. Carry forward for the capital program. Can I have a mover for this motion? Thank you, Councillor McNally, seconded by Councillor Court. Councillor McNally, I'll pass it over to you.
So just if you look at the bullet point 4, project remaining 22-23, there's a total of 51.5 million there. 24 relates to roads, 8.4 is external work, which I guess is PGF and associated funding. Forecast 2.3, and the remaining is 15.8 million. It's a bit hard to work out exactly what the remaining relates to, but I had some questions around all of these, lots of them actually, through the thing. Under corporate services, there's a whole lot of carryover there that I don't understand why it's been brought forward at all. The forecast versus what was actually spent, a lot of items show nothing. So was it in the last annual plan document? There's just a few things like that. I haven't been able to line them up. Under community services, there's housing for the elderly, that right at the bottom of page 22. That shows as actual versus forecast. Nothing's been spent. Site-specific health and safety works continuing. Sounds like we need to carry it forward, but my question is, why wasn't it done? If it's health and safety, why wasn't it done? Kerry squash relocation, I thought the original budget, looking at other plans, was around 750. I see that Foundation North funds of nearly $500,000 were put in there, 449. Is this all external funding, the forecast and what's been actually spent? Or is it related to, what's it relate to? Where was it in the long-term plan? Just, it's about trying to find out how these things link. Footpaths, Eastern, Northern, Western Ward, they've all big numbers, not a lot being actually spent of what was forecast. So the question there moves to, how are resources? If you think resource economics, you've got to have the dollars, you've got to have the people to do the work, the machinery to do the work. Can we actually achieve anything? Carrying this forward, do we just mess up something else that's going to be a priority in the coming LPT? So I think we have to have a really critical look at all this stuff. Bottom of page 23, it's got HFTE, Awanui, reactive, about the last 6 or 7 lines. What's that about? And it goes over the page, another 10 there. Goes to 10 or so. What are they all relating to? It says site-specific health and safety works continuing. Or if it's health and safety, doesn't it become priority? And why is it carrying on? Further down, it's footpaths, and it relates to NTA as per, carry forward as per NTA agreement. It relates to Kotari Drive, Monganui, Cody Point, Taumatamuku, Matamakuku, etc. Same thing, given the storm repair we have in front of us, is NTA actually going to be able to complete any of these, or should we carry them move it a year out and spend the money on other priorities, which will become apparent? Kiri Dominion, management plan. It's not a lot of money. They've spent 466 of 600. They carry forward 133,000. Shouldn't that have been in the original budget? What's the carry forward about? It says additional works required. I don't think, this. I'm just going to keep going. Waipapa Landing, the TIF round 456. What's the council contribution, if any? What's the dollar amount? What are the resources required? People, machinery, staff, contractors, and what's the impact on the business we have to do as usual? Waipapa Sports Hub, there's a carry forward there of 2.3. I think that's all PGF funding, but I'm not 100% sure on that. It's been stopped due to the weather. Then down page 25 in the middle of under refuse, it's got detailed design of sewage pump to meet resource consent. Next one is required to tidy up site. Sewage pump. Are all the sewer pumps a standard size? Do we bring them in as under procurement? Are they standardised or are they all different? Meet new resource consent. All these things, why are they carried forward? Resource consent is important. Shouldn't it have been completed, is my question. Wastewater. Pump stations, East Coast, required to meet existing commitments. Why was this not completed? It was forecast for 322,000, we spent $677 by the look of it. This sort of stuff's really important when it comes to wastewater, and particularly after some of the deputations we've had in here relating to Rawene and so on. Rawene resource consent, same thing there. Application lodged, put on hold for a year. It's just horrifying reading. Kerikeri wastewater consent, in progress, same thing. It was forecast to be spent 22-23. We're carrying virtually the lot over. Pai here, specified works, meet existing commitments. Kaikoura resource consent, we've got a paper on that shortly, or Kaikoura and Kaikoura. Hihi, contract management. There's an addition, it says there, existing commitments for stages 1 and 3 and contract management. What percentage of the 449,000 or 450 is contract management? Water, carry forward for intake rising main upgrade of Kerikeri. Final claim of 4K due, which is referred to all September, and yet there's 108,000 carried forward. There's 104,000 variance there. Project completed July. Project renewals expected. This is the bottom of page 27. Page 28. Water treatment plant Pai here, land purchase. Process started, landowners now contacted. Why is this a carry forward? Where is it in the annual plan and long-term plan? Kaitaia, Tamari reservoir pump upgrade, delivery about to commence, budget required. There's just some of these things I don't understand why they haven't been finished. Why are we carrying them forward, and what's the impact on future work that we need to do? So and then roading, emergency works, unsealed road, this is the bottom of page 28, unsealed road, sealed road recesses, drainage, renewals, table review. Same question for everyone. What year, what projects, what, where, what do they relate to? That adds up to most of 24 million is carried forward there. No bugger about it, other than Waka Kotahi have agreed to carry forward their share of 69%. Great. What's the impact this year of what we can't do because we're doing that? Last year I think we delivered, Anne will know the number exactly, around 50 odd million. I think it was less than that, 38. And the roading meeting we had the other day, the actual R&M achieved last year was very little. As instead of 80%, it was about 28. And that's reflected in our network. So back to my original statement, resource economics is really simple stuff. The dollars is part of it. Resourcing is the key. People, machinery, whatever you need. Building a house, you need your timber and materials, you need your delta. And it's about, there's got to be a priority strategy. And that may be coming somewhere else, but under this particular carry forwards, I don't really want to carry any of that forward. It's 51.5 million. That's half our annual spend, 110 odd million. Something has to change.
Thank you for that, Councillor McNally. I think rather than an itemised response to a lot of what you've raised is concerns for probably us all here around this table, Chief Executive Holroyd, if we could please get a overall strategic response to those concerns that have been raised in this space, and then a follow-up with that over specifics and what potential next steps could be, please. Then we'll go to Councillor Court as seconder, and then Councillor.
Okay. I'd like to ask Jan Smith, Group Manager of Corporate Services, just to give an overview as to the makeup of the carry forwards report and how it's compiled.
Through the Chair, so we send out the amounts that are outstanding at the end of the year to all of the budget managers and ask them to give us the feedback on whether they need the budget to transfer or not. As has already been pointed out by Councillor McNally, probably $35 million of this relates to roading and externally funded projects. We all know that roading got delayed because of the weather, so that's what the $25 million for roading relates to. We do have Calvin here who can probably answer some detailed questions if there are any. When we get to the end of the year, we always try to accrue what we think we are at the end of June. But very often we're not in a position to actually have a value, and that means the invoices come in July and August, and we need to transfer the budget over to July and August to make sure that we don't compromise any work that is in the current year. So a lot of these are work in progress, and it's just to move the budget to match the invoices that come in.
Councillor Court.
Thank you. I'm just going to respond to what my colleague has raised, particularly in the roading space. The Regional Land Transport Plan is a 3-year plan, and it would not be at all unusual that you would find in year 1 you might go through design, consent, engineering. In year 2 you might go to procurement, you may even go to construction, and year 3 you would definitely go to construction. When the Regional Land Transport Plan is issued, it works on that 3-year cycle, but we are legally required to account on a 12-month cycle. So it would not be at all unusual to see significant amounts of money being requested to be carried forward at the end of our financial year, because we are partway through that process. And that would actually apply also to significant wastewater investment as well. So carry forwards are not a bad thing. It's just the law says on the 30th of June, money you haven't spent, you've got to have a resolution to carry it forward. And nobody can, in my construction background, come up with an idea for a project, design it, consent it, procure it, and construct it within a calendar, a prescribed calendar. There has to be flexibility, and generally our construction season is summer. So you always see this avalanche of invoices come in towards the end of summer. So that doesn't concern me at all. When I went through the list, I did send an email through, and I want to thank Jonathan and Gigi for responding to my email. Particularly, my eyes latched on Tāmati Rakena Settlement Road footpath, and it said footpath renewals carry forward $124,000. And I thought, that doesn't feel right, that project's finished. It's just a typo, so I moved on. Then I got to the other report in the agenda, 6.4, which was Calvin's report, and I saw the same thing again. So I thought, that's not right, so I sent in an email. And the response I got from staff was, we acknowledge the Tāmati Rakena footpath has been completed under the 20-year maintenance contract to a value of $163,000. The budget that has been sought to be carried forward is unsubsidised Mongaroa Bay of Islands program footpath work. So that got me reflecting that the description in here is wrong. And if the description in here is wrong, what confidence can I have that all the rest of the descriptions in here are correct? And if this is the new program that the staff are working on, are the staff clear about what elected members
have set down as the work program. I just highlight that as one example, and following on from what my colleague said, through you, I actually think we need to take this offline. It's too big an item today. We have to carry it forward. But I think moving forward, it would benefit from workshop so that elected members could have greater clarity that each one of these line items actually does tally with what our recollection is and what the staff are working on. Thank you.
Thank you for that, councillor Foy.
Thank you, Minister. And thank you to the staff for these spreadsheets. However, as Councillor McNally has highlighted, this seems to be an ongoing recycling of projects that seem to be carried forward year after year. And what we have seen over COVID with the shovel-ready projects is how fast we can actually deliver projects. And part of that is our procurement. And I've raised this several times with the team, and it's been highlighted how much more external procurement costs. But I would question this council, how much does it cost this council for this giant piece of carry forwards? And procurement is one of the huge hold-ups for all of these projects. The other huge hold-up is the scoping of the projects. And if you look at the number of asset managers that our organisation of this size has, of course we have this many carry forwards because we've got no people scoping the procurement or very limited staff to do so. So there will always be a bottleneck at that space for the asset managers, the procurement, before it actually can be delivered by our project managers. The project managers are doing the procurement plans when external people could do those at 10 times the speed and therefore deliver 10 times the amount of projects. I question our council why we haven't looked at this and why we continue to do the same thing year after year when we are not delivering. So further to the actual spreadsheets that we've got here, I would like to highlight that with our Te Huku Master Plan and our 80 projects that were delivered at small scale through local procurement and won many awards, not just domestically but internationally, because of the way we did our procurement, that was all done externally. Can I please table that with our elected members, that we need to look at this, look at our systems that we have for procurement, for asset management, for scoping, and actually who delivers in terms of our project managers. It's not working, and this shows it today.
Thank you, councillor Foy. Councillor Research.
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr. Chair. Just picking up what Councillor Court said, I do think we can't. I don't know what the impact if we try and stop the carry forward. So I'd rather say let's do the carry forward and agree to it. But I do that nervously because I agree with what Councillor Foy said and Councillor McNally who raised it. I don't have a full view of what's going on in here. And to me, it points to our operation has got a lot of inefficiencies and a whole lot of costs that are associated with that. And I'd like that workshop so that we can actually get under the hood and sort this out and deliver. I certainly agree that we can deliver a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you for that, councillor Research. Can I just say that these sentiments were all shared by both myself, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and our Chief Executive when we went through our agenda preview over this item and the impacts of it. So if we could just include a note that council will expect a workshop to be able to have a deeper dive into these, and we'll go to councillor Stratford.
Kia ora, yeah, I'm going to speak in favour of the report today. With my accounting background, I understand how carry forwards can happen. In construction, as Anne said earlier, you're not going to be able to deliver everything in one calendar year. We've had the severe weather, 13, maybe 14 extreme weather events over the last 18 months. So a lot of the projects, roading, wastewater, anything on our reserves have taken ages to deliver. And I just want to reflect on some of the carry forward workshops that we had. I can't remember if it was in last term or the term before. Our carry forwards were without the PGF bucket of money were huge. So we've got a much smaller, I think it's around 25 million. It used to be 8. So I see this as an improvement, and I know that we had this very same conversation last year, and there was some work going to be done. I think the wording is a project management office was going to ensure the team were providing the right level of service to the business to improve on capital delivery moving forward. So if we are going to have a workshop, I think we need to look at where that fell and make sure that that is happening. Kia ora.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor McNally, would you like a right of reply?
Yes.
And your time starts now.
This here is the Northland Regional Activity Management Plan 21 to 51, Transportation Volume 3. On page 669, the figures were for the routine and planned maintenance for 23-24 were 12.964, and for the capital improvement was 22.6 million. For the 24-25 year, which is where we're going to be doing LPP for shortly, it's 27.1 million. If you look at the numbers at the bottom of page 17, the capital budgets for 22-23 were 130 million, the carry forwards from 21-22 were 44 million, total of 175. So we completed about 69% actual expenditure, and then the budgets moved to 23-24 were 55.4 million. It doesn't actually tell me how much was cancelled in that little piece. But if you look at, we're looking to carry forward 51.53 million. Compare that with the proposed roading budget, capital and maintenance, 22.3. We're carrying more than that forward, 24.8. We're carrying more forward. So we're going to do no work this year? Basically, you're carrying stuff that has not completed or is proposed to be done. What are we going to do? The roads are going to continue to crap out. Deteriorate would be a nice way, sorry. So I've got a real issue with the way this is constructed, and I don't really care about whether it's less than it's been in the past. It's about understanding exactly what the impact is, which is resource economics. The dollars are going to be tight. Our staff and contractors are already under the pump. The way the contract management thing is set up, it's possible that it'll be difficult to get subcontractors in to make that work, to fill in the gap of our main contractors who are doing major storm repairs and what their contractor do, which is road maintenance. I just see a major problem here. I'm really uncomfortable. I'd like to just see it sit on the table, because I think we just need a bit more of a deep dive into this to understand how we're going to prioritise going forward, how we're going to fund it all. And I get the fact that part of this is carryover with the funding from Okakotani, but and I'm on the Transport Committee and the Roading Committee here, and if I don't get it, we've got a problem.
Thank you for that right of reply, Councillor McNally. Before we go to a vote, I'll just pass over to our Chief Executive for some commentary.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a number of factors at play here. And thank you, councillors, for the questions and comments. This is quite a complex schedule that we have. Probably first and foremost, as Janice Smith just explained, there's an operational process going on here and a statutory requirement to have these carryovers. Within issues probably compounded by the big element of roading in there. We all know that's down to extreme weather, and that should be dissipated in due course. I would be happy to facilitate a workshop to explain and investigate the carry forwards. I think that would be a good thing to do, and then everybody will understand the process as well and the actual substance of the schedule. And then speaking to procurement and project delivery, we are intending to make some changes operationally. I've just appointed a head of infrastructure strategy, which is Tanya Proctor, who will be working from the CE's office. And we will be, I think, looking at first up strategy, higher level, roading, water, etc. And then we'll be sort of coming down from there, we'll be looking at project delivery and procurement processes for the council. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for that. All those in favour of the recommendation say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Councillor McNally, Councillor Kiskevich, Councillor Hauki Alharawira. Any abstentions? Councillor Rakena. Can I just check our numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item 6.2 on page 31.
Second move.
Moved by Councillor Lucic, Kaikohe wastewater treatment plant recommendations for upgrade. Councillor Lucic.
I'm speaking in support of this. This is a scheme that is non-compliant. We'll be in trouble. Nothing significant has been done. This is the first piece of significant work done in about 30-something years. I just want to note that it says the council note that they'll be engaging with the respective hapu and continuing to look at disposal of land. So we're recognising the obligation there, and also those that were involved came to agreement, as you can see in the document. Even though the hapu weren't that happy about this continuing to dispose to the stream, they could see the costing and they can see the progress going forward. Therefore, they were actually happy with that being the way it is. I just also would like some clarity, maybe not now, but I assume that the housing acceleration fund for Kawakau and Taiko would be potentially covering some of this cost. I'll be saying where's it going to go. So anyway, but that's where that's sitting at the moment. But that's something further that we can talk about. I'm in favour.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lucic. Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Yes, I'm supporting the recommendation as it stands. We've seen this, well, I have actually seen this working group come up with the recommendation themselves. I've been to a couple of working group sessions with them where they showed me how they got to the point of becoming a fully functioning working group, and then going through the process of learning more about wastewater treatment plant systems and learning more about how everything's connected in, not just pipes, but the why. And they were happy to go on the journey of exploring disposal to land. However, the disposal to land at this stage, the investigations aren't complete. That's why the recommendation stands as it is. They've put forward the best practicable option, that whether it's disposing to water or disposing to land, and for the quantity of wastewater that the plant has to process, and with growth as well that's coming in Kaikohe, they see that as their best option. And they are also going to be watching what happens in Taipa and Rawene with the electrocoagulation plant. But this is now, the Kaikohe Wastewater Treatment Plant Working Group put the consent in with Council, and we need to continue the process of applying for the resource consent, and this is where we're at this stage with the Department of Internal Affairs agreeing on their choice, which is the membrane bioreactor. I hope I said the right word. I think it would be a real fail of this council today if we didn't support the recommendation as it stands. Well done.
Thank you for that. Councillor Court.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to also speak in favour of the motion, so that gives you all three.
Thank you.
I did attend the workshop virtually as I was driving back from my roading hui in Whangarei. My concern, however, is affordability. So I've gone back through the long-term plan. Currently, Kaikohe pay 679 in OPEX and 192.94. And by the time this is completed, albeit it's some years out, based on figures today, there would be an additional $1,108.50 added to the rate, bringing the total rate to connect to Kaikoui sewage on today's dollars at $1,980.57 per connection. And I am really concerned about the affordability of that to the community. So what I would like to signal to go hand in hand with this project, regardless of whether the Three Water entity goes through, there needs to be some work done on how we can address affordability to the community. I'll leave it at that point.
Thank you for that, Councillor Councillor Rakena.
Okay.
Are you speaking against this item, Councillor Rakena?
Of course not.
I'm happy to let you have your say though. Make it short.
No, just in addition to that, and I know it came across the table, very happy that our hapu of Kaikohe came to the workshop and that they were in full support, and that staff from NRC, staff from FNDC have also worked alongside them for a very long time to look at options for disposal to land, but obviously that's in our paper today, and during that week that's still a process for the future. However, just to add to Councillor Court's kōrero about the concerns for rates increases, to my knowledge, and it came across the table during that workshop, that the waste has been brought over from other wards as well, which I would assume has contributed to the overflow and the say damage of the Kaikohe wastewater treatment plant. So my whakaaro is, how do we seek, quantify or seek reparations for that, or support from those wards to be able to lessen the weight of Kaikohe Hokianga in terms of the payment for the BMR. Is it BMR?
Thank you for that, Councillor Rakena. Yeah, just clarification, it's not from other wards, it's from other schemes or from areas outside of any scheme. So 3 of our schemes across the district will be getting screenage for septic. So it could come from anywhere around the district or outside of the district as well. But that cost, it falls on the scheme itself, not on them. So we do need to address that as a part of long-term plan. Take on board those affordability issues that came across. Of course, we turned down that proposal to look at district-wide across our schemes rating, which would have addressed affordability for many of our communities. So I'll just signal to staff that we've got 2 points in there wrapped up with an affordability that we need to address alongside our long-term plan for wastewater, should 3 Waters not go in, which changes the whole thing. I will now put this to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? Councillor McNally, the motion is carried. And can I also just please ask Andy and our team to share our sentiments of gratitude with our design engineer Ben, who worked alongside the Kaikohe Hapu working group, and who is moving on to Auckland before he comes back to be CEO here or something, probably someday. But the work that this project came through and through very strongly with our workshop, and so we very much in appreciation of that that's gone on. We'll now move to item 6.3 on page 96, our maintenance and renewal contracts, increases in contract value. Could I get a mover for the motion, please? Thank you, Councillor Court. A seconder? I'm happy to second. Councillor Court, did you have anything that you would like to speak to for this one?
This is just business as usual, and I'll just draw my colleague's attention to page 101, the paragraph beginning 3, financial implications, budgetary provision. These additional works completed through the North-South contract have resulted in the original financial authority being exhausted. This does not mean council has exceeded the overall budget. The additional works are being funded from existing approved annual roading LTP, annual planned budgets and approved external funding. So this is just a housekeeping matter in my mind to tidy up.
It exceeds the amounts that our CE has the ability to sign off. Thank you for that. Councillor Deputy Administrator.
Oh, sorry.
You don't want to speak to this? We'll put that to a vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member for, and thank you to Councillor for pointing that out. I would just like to highlight my support of having North and South contracts that highlight the large geographic area of our district. But I also note that within our staff, we may not appreciate that and have North and South based staff that actually provide equitable levels of service for the whole rohe. And I think that will be bringing that out later, but I do support this increase in the amount of funding here and appreciate the work done by the ETA and our contractors to resolve this, because this morning, board member Gardner and I went through Broadwood to get here. I don't know if anyone has been through Broadwood. 20 k's an hour because of the huge drops in the road and the amount of works. So we really need the work to be delivered, and we won't be going back that way. That was too scary.
Thank you for that, Councillor Foy. Now, that's 3 in favour. We have anyone to speak against the recommendation? Otherwise, Councillor Court, would you like a right of reply? We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? Councillor Haukia Parawika, the motion is carried. We now go to item 6.4 on page 104, which is the lease extension request for the Opo Ngāti Kahu Te Arawa ANT Trust. Now,
I'd like to
for this item here, I had a chat with staff after our deputation in this space. The 5-year term proposed here is an extension so they can continue to operate. Once the public consultation process is complete, which is a legislative requirement that we undertake as a council, the new 30-year lease, should that go ahead, will then take over the 5-year term itself. So ANT Trust wouldn't have to wait for 5 years in a kind of limbo before the requested lease term that they are wanting then comes into effect. It's just to give them that wiggle room so that this process we have to do takes place. Before we go there, could I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Ford.
I don't want to move that. I wanted to ask clarification before we move an alternative motion.
I'm happy for clarification questions.
Just to start about that point, not exceeding 33 years, and point B is for a total of 30 years, and point A is for 5 years. Therefore, if we were to move just point B, would we require public notification or not?
Thank you very much. Michelle.
Hi, through the chair. We do require public notification of the Reserve Act, regardless of the term, because it is over a recreation reserve.
Okay.
Yeah. And the 5-year term, that's for the renewal of the current lease. The public consultation is for a brand new ground lease.
I understand that it was about the term not exceeding 33 years specified under the Reserves Act Schedule 1, and also the definition under the Resource Management Act for any lease greater than, I think, 33 years that requires a subdivision.
I'm not entirely sure about, but I do know that we. I know it's correct. Yes. Yes, that is correct as it is.
So if we were to move just by doing it point A and point B as per Memoko's point that he's raised, let's just say it took 6 months to do the or 3 months to do the public consultation, and it was favourable from the consultation for the 30-year lease, then they could commence that?
Yes, and it would replace the existing lease. So it wouldn't be for 35-year term, it would be for the 30-year term.
The other way we could do that is under the lease 3.2, you could just hold it over, which is month by month.
While we do the consultation.
Yes.
So.
And then you don't exceed the 33 years that Felicity's brought up. So there was, sorry.
Thank you for the solutions focused.
Outcomes.
Okay. Could I just get some commentary from staff around that then, going month by month?
Yeah, we could do that, but public consultation isn't going to take 5 years. It will be finalised before the end of the year, and then it would come back to council to make the decision on the granting of the lease. So that's say we'll get here beginning of next year. The new lease will be in place then. So whether we hold over or not, it wouldn't really make too much of a difference. So,
is there a reason why 5 years was proposed in part A of this?
Because that's as part of their current lease is 5.
So it makes it easier.
Through the chair, I think we heard this morning that they're looking for some security around fundraising. So if we go on a rollover basis on employment, they don't have any surety, which is why we went for 5 years with then a replacement with 30.
Thank you. Based off of that, I am going to move the current recommendation on the table. If I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Foy. I feel confident from our staff that the overall outcomes from the deputation that we received today and the security for this trust to continue and start new funding revenue streams are present with what we're proposing here. I would just be asking that staff expedite that process with our Tuku Community Board so we can get that the formalities out of the way and hear back from our community over whether they support or do not support something like this before it can come back to council. But other than that, I have some confidence that we are on the right track in this space. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Moore. Just to speak, I've already highlighted my questions, but just to speak in support of this, I'm part of the Tuku Community Board, and this has been an ongoing issue, and it's great to see that we've had this as a paper, so thank you to the staff for bringing this to us today. There's been a lot of frustration that it's taken this long to get here, so there'll also be a lot of celebration when we've got through that public consultation and hopefully giving them that longevity.
Thank you. Councillor Kleskovic, did I see your hand up? No. Councillor McNally.
Just when you look through the lease, so that you've got the renewal, so the additional 5 years where you're proposing, when you're in the B, you're going to put a 30-year ground lease in place. You don't mention you're extinguishing the 5 years. Clause 13.3 is exclusive use. They only use the place for 40 days in any 1 year term. There's a limitation on it. And 13.1.2 building consent. That has to be approved by the council first. And 16.5, are they aware that the reversion of the improvements will come back to the council under this existing lease, or is the lease going to be altered?
Do you able to respond to that, please?
We will, a new lease will change that so that all improvements will revert back to the leasee upon termination of the lease, expiry of the lease. And these will be negotiated with the A&T Trust.
Yeah, well they can remove, the way it's written at the moment, they can remove them.
Thank you, Deputy Restricted.
Firstly, a question. What is the guarantee that that the commencement of public consultation will get underway this side of Christmas, and that we will be adopting a new lease? So you've got, this has to go through consultation, go to community board, and then come back to council.
So the public consultation period takes 4 weeks. If I were to engage with staff now, we could get the ball rolling, get it started in maybe 2 to 3 weeks' time. So that'd be 4 weeks, and then it will go to the next community board meeting, which I'm not entirely sure when the next date would be. so let's say November, December time. It will probably come back to council in the new year, would be.
Can I move a additional or amendment, a C, and that council adhere
D?
The D, that council adhere to the timeline of the lease coming to the February meeting. C.
To put some pressure on to ensure that
We could all fall over and die, you know, and I know how this organisation works. Things, you know, resolutions
It will sit on our
go into the ether all the time.
And I'm certain our seconder, Councillor Foy, will be happy to include a part D in our resolution. We're going to Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I'd just given what Deputy Mayor said, I'd actually agree with that. I just wanted to capture what was actually said around the intent. And the intent is not to have 5 years, and there's a risk that it can be lost, and then you know, the trust is left in limbo for 5 years, and that
we've seen that happen.
So if we can capture it in that, just picking up what you said there, point D, that we will action the lease as soon as the public consultation has been completed, then I'm pretty much happy.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vucic. Michelle, I'll ask that when you work with Matua Hone and the ANC Trust, that you also share back the because in his deputation he raised the fact that they have already done public consultation, but the requirements on us as a council and our processes around what council public consultation looks like as a part of that, so that there's no mismatch around of understanding in that space. We've had speakers in favour. I'll ask for anyone who is against, otherwise we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. If someone could get Councillor Hauka back in the room. We are now going to item 6.5 on page 183. Ground lease to the Doubtless Bay Sea Scouts East Street Taipa. Could I get a mover for this? Thank you, Councillor Foy. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Vucic. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Chair. Just on this item, it's great that we've got these words and this letter, but when the community board and the council were actually provided this, which I did actually ask for a copy of the title and a GIS map marking out the site location plan, because I haven't memorised where part allotment 5 parish of Taipa is, and as elected members, we aren't given an access to order free titles through any GIS system. So we're relying on staff giving us information, unless as elected members we're provided access to those databases. We could get a quick map subscription for all elected members, which would be great.
I think it'd be too dangerous with one of those, Councillor.
But in principle, yeah, I agree with this. I don't know exactly the size of the title. I don't know the other opportunities with it, given we don't know what the title says. We don't know the marketing of the title. We don't know any existing infrastructure in the title. Yeah.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could please respond to that.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't aware of your request, so my apologies. It is local recreation reserve. It is part of a area where there is a working field and a market building as well. I'm happy to include in all my reports going forward a map, an area outline where the request is, so I'm more than happy to include that going forward for you.
And a copy of the legal title.
Councillor Vucic.
Look, it's just really going to have a consultation. I don't see any risk or anything with that, and yeah, I support.
Thank you for that. And I know you had an information request there, councillor Foy. So we know that this will have to come back to us for final approval, and should you not be, I'd expect it would have the information and that being available at least for our community board and then ultimately for us as council for that process, please, Michelle.
Any more things that are legal team?
Through the chair, I'm going to answer your question this week. Titles on reserve land are often raised, so quite often we won't have a title to provide you, but as Michelle has reassured, she'll give you any information associated with that. But just know that it's not part of Lynn's administration to raise titles that are in public or under the reserve. So you may not, if you don't receive titles, because they're likely someone, unless the land is feasible or other, it's likely the title is available for a reserve land. Just so you know.
Thank you for that. Councillors Foy, Vucic and myself are in favour. Are there any against this motion? Then we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We now go to item 6.6 on page 189. Maritime Facilities Bylaw Approval of Draft for Public Consultation. I'm happy to move this. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Stratford. Deputy Stratford, would you like to speak to this?
Yes. Firstly, I do have a question. It says in the report that there has been some engagement. Were the oyster farmers that use some of the boat ramps engagement? And what about people that live on the river or stay on islands or live on yachts?
Oh, sorry. So this proposal is to go out for consultation. Yeah. So there has been engagement in that people are aware that council has been reviewing the bylaw, but the content of the bylaw, to be able to have that specific engagement, can't happen until it goes out for consultation. And so there is an engagement plan, and anybody who wants to have one-on-one discussions or workshops or anything like that is welcome to have that and what that might mean, what the bylaw might mean to them.
And in the, I think it's the draft that I saw it in, it says council will approve
commercial consents.
Yeah. Do we know yet what that approval will look like? That said council or final holdings will approve. Will they have different processes, or is that still being worked through?
Yes, so there will be an operational policy developed if that clause goes through into the final proposed bylaw, and so that will ensure consistency from one approval to the next. However, each approval will be assessed on a case-by-case basis, because it does depend. So this is for the commercial operator approvals. So each maritime facility, so each boat ramp has different weights that it can handle, and depending on the types of vehicles and things like that they're using, and depends on whether or not it can use that particular maritime facility, and are there any other commercial operators using that same facility, and all of that needs to be taken into consideration.
And just my final question, are we trying to get this in place before this summer?
No, we're not. We're not trying to. It won't be in place before this summer. This is consultation only.
Because I do feel that the 4-week period is quite short, especially for like boaties are just starting to get out on the water. Commercial fishing, they're at their peak for some of their kaimoana. And I just don't feel that it's long enough to get a real sound, authentic engagement, not just for commercial, but for the recreational users and like the ones that I hold close to my heart, Waikato River, who have no roads, and they have an issue already accessing the boat ramp at Opua. So I think it needs to be a longer 4-week period, and
we can do that, no problem.
Okay.
What would you propose, Deputy Mayor Stratford?
I'll think about it. come back to it.
Would you have a suggestion? And as mover, I would be happy to change that in point B.
Yes, so we do have approved a minimum 4-week period, so we wouldn't need to change the resolution unless you wanted to stipulate that, but we're happy to go out for 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
8 weeks. Okay, cool.
Okay, we probably don't need to change our
We don't need to change the resolution, staff will do that.
I'm in favour, Deputy Minister Stratford's in favour. Thank you, Councillor Hauki.
Kia ora. I'm just wondering, is there something in this bylaw for, you know, how we've got caliper happening in, out in Rāwhiti? Is there any provision in here where boats are clean? I mean, you talk about picking up rubbish, but, you know, where the hulls are clean, in view of the new risks coming?
Yes, so there's nothing in this particular bylaw, but I'll just refer to Carla, because I think is it for us to regulate or?
Biosecurities Act.
Yeah, no, it's not, it's through the bylaw, we are regulating the facility, the maritime facility, which is the wharf, jetties, and those which we are vested in council to manage. So it's the structure attached to the land, it's not the boats. And the regulation around the boats, there are other regulating authorities that would regulate what you're talking about.
Just in case some sort of provision comes in the future, because it is a huge threat to all of our moana. I'm just wondering if there would be sort of like, I don't know what you use to clean the underhull, but would that could possibly be part of the facility at some stage?
Unlikely, but I do believe that is regulated anyway, but it just wouldn't be attached to this particular bylaw. I think there's more teeth in the regulation through NRC and other maritime acts that have a bit more teeth in regulating that anyway. I think we would be quite ineffective in that space. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Foy.
Thank you, I'd like to speak against the motion. Just in terms of page 192, where it talks about financial implications and budgetary provisions, I wanted to highlight number one, that we haven't been given a list of all the regional consents that pertain to oyster farming particularly for these activities. I know some of them, and they have contacted me about their concerns and been disproportionately affected by the proposed maritime facilities bylaw that is worded to be in preference to recreational users. And in terms of their consents and in terms of, you know, I would use the term existing use rights in terms of the duration of their consents, that's not good in waiting in terms of the current wording. And personally, in terms of number 3, I think that that's disingenuous about saying that that's actually $1,000 of staff time, when if we look at the consultation aspect, yes, the policy team may be spending some time on this, but who actually has to enforce this? We have all these bylaws and very few staff that are actually in the compliance team. And in terms of enforcing our bylaws that we have, let alone adding a new one, are we actually doing that or not? And in terms of creating new policies, I don't see any point in creating new policies when they're not being enforced. There's no point having any bylaws if they're not going to actually have staff in order to enforce it. And what I've seen previously is a reliance on, you know, the legal team saying it's a civil matter, or basically saying that it's not an issue that council can keep up with because of capacity, because we don't have the number of staff in our compliance team. It'll be good to hear about that issue itself, because in terms of the new Natural and Built Environments Act, there is a huge reliance under that new statute on compliance. And I see this as just this huge amount of work that Brian and her team, which is great, are doing, but then the outcomes focus. Why are we doing it when we've got no people enforcing it, or we don't have the resource in order to enforce it, let alone the new Natural Built Environments Act that has a reliance on enforcement?
Thank you for that, Councillor Foy. There is 3 for and 1 against, so I'll take my right of reply. I'll just note that this is a proposed bylaw. I understand there'll be work that comes into this, but a lot of the feedback actually looks like on the other end. So with that, we'll put it to a vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Councillor Foy, abstentions. The motion is carried. We are now going to break for a half an hour lunch.
Can't do the cat
Sorry, just sorry, wait. Quick.
Sorry, if we could just wait. We definitely need a break before our cat management policy.
In celebration of our
Everybody, stand up.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Come on into the room. Okay, Karen, we're ready for our counting.
Welcome back to our council meeting. We're moving to item 6.7, our CAT management policy, but there are a number of questions that we have in this space in the first instance before we move the recommendation. So what we'll do instead is move to suspend standing orders at this time so we can get better clarification before we move the item itself. Could I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Usich. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed or abstentions? That is carried. If we could ask of our staff just to allow a few questions to flow so that we can get to a better space in this. Now, Councillor Court did pick up on something in the discussion and options of this report that has come to us. Councillor Court, if I could just ask you to outline that a little bit further.
Under 2, discussions and options, it says, the Environment Select Committee recently recommended that central government create specific legislation. Government has until October 2023 to respond to that recommendation. Are the staff able to provide any feedback on where that's landed or not?
They haven't provided the feedback yet, so it's still with central government.
And what would be the risk, considering question, what would be the risk if this council proceeded with the development of a CAT management policy that might be inconsistent with any financing in the Crown?
We could. Shane. Carmen.
You can answer it.
No, go ahead.
I guess what we don't want to do, Carla, is set up a policy that then we have to change or amend, or that higher order legislation from on high comes down to tell us what we should be doing in this space.
That's correct, and that's what we'd have to do. We would have to revoke the policy, review it in accordance with the legislation that was passed, if there is legislation passed, and rewrite. So this would be a temporary fix if legislation was passed, but it would be a permanent solution if legislation isn't. So, but the result is that we would have to come revisit this whole subject if legislation was passed.
Just don't want to, so that we're not doing. What indication or do we have from central government on whether we can expect this to happen? I mean, I know we're in the middle of an election period and the House is, what is it called? Raised, something like that. They're trying to get the jobs back. So can we expect a new government, because this came through a select committee, will have to consider that select committee recommendation once the new government forms, or? And what are the timelines around this policy development, potential new legislation with a new government, and the onward steps from that? To me, it feels like, should we just be waiting to see what happens in that space, or do we have some sort of understanding that we won't expect to see anything like that come through?
To answer the first part of your question, I have no idea what happens when we switch over governments as part of the requirement. Carla doesn't know. So, but there definitely does need to be a response back to the select committee, and so I'm not sure that happening in the middle of an election. And you know, as we know, legislation doesn't, or generally, in general, we don't create legislation overnight. And so there is a process to go through. So even if the central government was supportive of creating specific CAT legislation, it would still take some time for that legislation to be in place.
what then are the risks if we were to leave this policy, development of this policy, to lie on the table until we get further clarity from central government around what we can expect to see?
Witness the animal control bylaw, wouldn't we?
The animal control bylaw, yeah. Cats will still be included in the animal control bylaw under the nuisance, cat nuisance, just not microchipping and desexing.
Do we have any understanding around, from our Environment Select Committee, around whether that is what the legislation would be? So we'll be ticking the box before it gets created in any case, or do we have any understanding around what kind of legislative
The
framework
report
would look like?
strongly recommends desexing and microchipping, but it's for the government to respond to that. Yeah.
Do you think that there would be funding or budgetary provision? That's a long-winded ask. But do you think that there could, this is going to, I can see legislation like this is going to be huge if it comes into force across the country, and it will put further onus on local government to pick up the bill associated with that. What I wouldn't want us to do is to, put the horse before the cart before the horse, and then we miss out on potential funding streams to help us develop this and also implement it and also enforce it.
There won't be any money though. There usually isn't.
That is one of the points out of the local government reforms. It's quite strong, is that local government needs financial support from central government. So if government is true to the local government reforms, you never know. There might be extra funding, but one of the bonuses is that what they are proposing is to create a national register in which central government would support the funding of that register of cats if that legislation was to pass.
Chair, my comment, last comment. Look, or a couple of questions. One is, I think that's a little bit of a red herring or a rabbit hole, because every policy we got can be overruled. I don't think government brings us up and says, hey, have you got a policy in this? I don't want to overrule you. And they'll just make a decision, which means then we just do what others says, and we then go and change it. So I'd rather think about what is the best thing to do, what for us up here, and to address some of the matters that we'll be facing. And so, but just one quick question. Approve the development of a cat management policy. We're going to go for consultation on that, aren't we? That's the normal process. So I do wonder, so the question I have is, if we're looking at a cat policy for desexing, and what was raised, which I think is a very good point, and that is restricting, targeting urban cats, I think she said, because of the nuisance that people move and there's more movements happening there than you're left on an animal that could be, you know, not desexed, we say, and then as a result, it's out of control, all sorts of issues and problems occur. So I'm just wondering if can we be relatively specific, and so not try and deal with all of the stray cats that are gone rogue and everything else that you do with that, and who you're going to hold responsible and how you're going to police it. But certainly with urban cats, with the owners there that have cats, wouldn't that be a sort of a compromise and be able to deliver something?
Are you speaking about the policy?
Sorry?
Of the policy or the bylaw?
Option 2, where it says at least having the desexing as, you know, requiring that be done. What about page 203?
So it's not true, but both options apply to responsible pet ownership. Yeah. And we do not have purview over stray cats or pest cats, or so feral cats either. So it is we are only talking about cats that are owned by people. But the definition of ownership starts to get a little bit confusing, because some people feed lots of stray cats and things, but that process would be covered under nuisance, general nuisance, under the animal nuisance bylaw anyway.
Yep.
That's why microchipping is so important, so that you can get on top of that stray cat. You know, whose cat is it? Are they actually feeding theirs, or are they strays? Yeah.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Moko. Just on page 207, and I did raise it in the last discussion about bylaws, and I'll raise it again about this bylaw. Again, we're proposing to create this bylaw. There was one in 2019. I'm not sure why it's taken so long when we already had a bylaw that we could copy and paste, and I don't know why these processes take so long. But and I don't know the time frame to create that new bylaw. Could the staff respond to that first and foremost? The keeping of the bees.
The animal nuisance bylaw. The animal nuisance bylaw. That's what this is about. So several people have recommended or have wanted cats to be included in the animal bylaw. So before we do the animal bylaw, we are asking for a decision on the cat management policy. Or if cats need to be included in the bylaw.
Other than the issue about cats, that the bylaw is ready to be drafted by a lawyer. And so then it will come back to council after that process as a proposed draft to go out for consultation.
Okay, so hypothetically, should we pass option 2, which, you know, would include cats in the animal nuisance bylaw, it doesn't talk here about the resourcing in terms of the compliance team or the animal management team to enforce this. And for me, as an elected member, you know, our role is to approve budgets. Again, I have no idea the outcomes. If we're going to create this, you know, even the prior bylaw without cats in it, it doesn't say how many people we need, how much our existing budget is to the compliance team, how many people in the compliance team there are, how many people in the animal control department there are, and what the current issues are. Because I know from our public notice boards that we see all the time, dogs are a big issue, and actually managing them, and then they're going to have to include now cats in terms of either the compliance team or the animal control team or both. And then also the actual registering them as well, another administrative, you know, organisational cost. So do we have any numbers around that? Because I'm in a complete void of that information currently.
Yes, go if you want to.
Through the chair, team leader monitoring the Shell compliance managers away at the moment. If I can answer your question as best I can, councillor, if we go down the route of including cats under the category of other animals that cause nuisance, then the implications might not be that significant, because currently my team are responding to complaints of roosters and other animals causing nuisance, to which we're not fully equipped at the moment because we haven't got the animal nuisances bylaw, but we still deal with it, and we quite often use the blunt instrument of the Resource Management Act. So I've personally attended complaints about cats where if there was a provision within the animal nuisances bylaw around responsible cat ownership and basically make sure that your cats don't cause a nuisance to other people, then it gives my team a vehicle. If you go down the line of trying to put in a regulatory framework around mandatory registration, microchipping, that is a whole different beast. That is a massive enterprise, and in my humble opinion, unless it was backed by national legislation, we would be in great difficulty. So I think the relevant analogy is the Dog Control Act, and then the Dog Control Bylaw, and so much powers and resourcing. So I suppose from what I read of the policy document, it's basically about public education around responsible cat ownership, and if we included amongst the list of animals that potentially cause nuisance as a result of irresponsible animal ownership, that will be a great addition, because we're currently in that space. It wouldn't need an extra resourcing, providing you frame it in the right way.
Can I just ask, would mandatory microchipping and de-sexing, if we were to go with option 2, require us to have a cat registry?
Yeah, I believe it would. To be effective, I think it would have to follow the same sort of process with the National Dog Registration. So NZCAR is not a national dog registration under the Dog Control Act. If you were encouraging people, it's good to microchip your cats, and it's good to use this vehicle, great. If you want a regulatory framework, it would have been a database. It's almost unimaginable the scale of that, actually. So that's something that the national.
Just on that though, I have a cat
Can I just add to that? There is a companion animal database that, you know, if you get your dog neutered and microchipped or your cat, they go into this national database that we could look into. But it's, yeah. It's,
so just to follow up on that, cats would be included in our animal nuisance bylaw.
Yes.
Our animal nuisance bylaw includes what, bees, roosters, pigs, and I
Goats.
assume we don't have to
Horses.
register our chookies, pigs or bees as a part of them being included in that bylaw.
It'd be interesting to see how they.
So if we were to have cats as a part of that bylaw instead, what I'm asking is whether or not we would have to have a registry and the associated costs and difficulties that come with that.
There's no law saying we need a registry.
So we can have mandatory microchipping and desexing as a part of the bylaw, and the follow-up on with that would be if the compliance team pick up a cat, they'd see if it was microchipped or desexed, and if it wasn't, they'd pass it on to our lovely volunteers who would then follow up on doing that. Or...
But as was just said, like I've got a cat I picked up from SPCA, whatever it was. Just my daughter insisted I get it. Anyway, it's a really nice cat, desexed and microchip. No requirement for a register. It goes properly into the companion animal. So, you know, we can actually say strongly recommend or even make it compulsory to desex if we wanted to, and we don't need to keep a database.
That's right.
So our enforcement officers don't have access to the companion animal register, so they
That's
would.
the NZCAR.
Yeah, so they would need to, you know, take the cat to another organisation to be able to scan its microchip to see who potentially would own it if that was the case.
Have you asked for access?
Can I ask our compliance team if they do on occasion pick up a cat or two, and what the current process is for us?
Yes, through the chair. We haven't got a process for that. We don't pick up cats. We've got no legal authority, as I understand it. We don't. That isn't something that we do. At the moment, where we do get complaints about neighbours' cats, it's more of a, one of a better expression, fish and chip act, really, in terms of just good community relations, having a conversation. If it's in the animal nuisance bylaw, then it would be empowered to have that conversation. But we don't have any role in collecting stray cats or anything else.
The vets and the rescues have the chip readers and access to the cat companion thing. Sorry for listening.
I guess this comes down to, Felicity raised this for the previous item as well, around if a problem is so big to regulate, should we still look at it or not? And I mean, if I take our speed limit reviews that we undertake, time and time I hear it again and again at this table that actually we know there's no police to manage the speed that people go, but we still decide to reduce the speed limit because we know that in doing that, that informs drivers, hey, this is actually a safer speed for you to drive at. You can choose whether or not you do, and there is the potential for you to be pinged, but it helps with that better understanding. So if we were to go with option 2 and tell people you do need to desex and microchip your cat, but obviously there aren't enough police to be able to go around and have a look at that, but it still sets a stronger word than encouragement. Otherwise we wouldn't look at changing speed limits. You know, I'm just looking at the arguments that we have at the table here around the space, and
irrespective of the compliance and the regulatory controls we can push as a level from this council, what I hear from our volunteers is that in having this, it gives them the tools to be the community watchdogs. Oh my goodness, lest I say bad island. Watch cats.
Leonie's watching.
Good, Leonie.
Before I just had two other questions about
Thank you.
budgets. So, in terms of process, if we were to include cats, and when we get our dog registration letters, it says, you know, the 2 dogs, and it says their number. Could we add on the cats to the existing one, or is there some sort of legislative requirement that prevents us to do that? Like, this is our family of pets.
So dogs are legislated under the Dog Control Act,
Yeah.
and so there is no legislation like that for cats.
So is there a rule that says we can't include the names of the cats on the registration, same piece of paper as the dogs? No, or we don't want to do that?
We don't want to do that.
Just if I could, through the chair, pick up on a couple of comments there. The difference is, the key difference is, so if you have a speed limit, it's not necessarily a nice to have, it's an offence if you speed, which is created under legislation. It's the same with the dog. If you have a dog, it's an offence to not register it under the legislation. It's an offence for it to attack someone or something. With cats, nothing exists. So you can't put in a bylaw, you must be sex and microchip a cat, because we have no authority to make people do that. We can encourage it, but there's no enforcing. We have no method. It is outside our powers to require that and compel that.
However, many councils have put in bylaws with these.
Yes, but
mandatory, and nobody has challenged it.
And
in fact, it sounds like the government's going to legitimise it.
Yeah. So you can't pick up a cat and go, there's no point in going and checking whether it's registered or not, because there is nothing you can do if it isn't.
Chipping though.
But
they haven't put into the bylaw that it should be registered. Other councils have put in that it should be desexed and that it's mandatorily microchipped.
Yeah. Yes. And that's why these things are better sitting in policy.
Disagree.
So what do we do with that? So it's not for us.
Sorry, if we could just allow Carla to finish.
Sorry, it's just that it's a regulatory tool we can't action. It is not, if you're writing a rule in a bylaw, it's generally from wider central legislation, and a bylaw is to refine and create rules within your district, but you have to be able to enforce them. So that's why option 1 is a policy, so that we can talk about why desexing is good. So we can support the person who came here to speak today, but there's no enforcement behind that policy because we simply don't have the legislation to do that. And then who do you go to? So who is the owner of a cat? We don't have anything that would prove that. You need evidentiary purposes to be able to do that. So what I'm saying is the premise behind the person who spoke today is absolutely supported. We can do nothing with it in a bylaw, but if you put it in a policy, wrap it up in education and promote it, you can do that. We can certainly, as Ken Ward said, in a bylaw, we can create rules around nuisance, which will allow us to deal with the stray cats that the speaker was speaking about today. So those are the best ways to wrap this up. You can't compel a cat owner to desexed or microchip.
Thank you. Thank you for that cover, and it's great to have you present in our council to give us the legislative background. Got another question, Councillor Boyd?
My second question about the budgets, you related to the collaboration with Wellington City Council and shelters. And I think our council's been criticised at large by a number of groups about our lack of collaboration and support for all the volunteers and the shelters that do a lot of the work related to cats and dogs and I don't know what the amount is that Wellington supported in terms of not just the cats, but the dogs aspect as well, to partner with their shelters. I know that we spent over $1 million per pound, only a limited number of kennels there, and obviously it doesn't allow for cats either. So I don't know if there's any response about that in that opportunity for our council. But in response to our legal counsel, I'll give some examples. You know, like the earthworks bylaw, we have that. There's no greater legislation that, you know, requires that of us. There's the drainage bylaw, you know, there's no greater legislation that requires of that, the land drainage bylaw. We have a number of the keeping of bees, poultry. So yeah, I understand what is being detailed about the registration of cats, you know, and the microchipping and the desexing, but yeah, I disagree with the premise about actually having it as a policy, because there's no point in creating policies. We have lots of them when we do nothing.
Thank you, everybody. We still have a massive agenda, so I am going to move to resume standing orders, because I'm very interested to see how people will vote on this.
Ask us to vote on both options.
I'm going to move.
No, it'll be on what is moved. And councillor Haukia Harawira seconded resuming standing orders. All in favour?
Aye.
Opposed or abstentions? And I will now bring item 6.7 formally to the table and open the table up for someone to move.
Can I move option 2, please?
So Deputy Mayor Shepford has moved option 2 to include cats in the animal nuisance bylaw under development, seconded by Councillor Boyd. Deputy Mayor Shepford, as mover, now is your time of in support to convince your colleagues as to why we should go with option 2.
Thank you, Kaka. So, although there isn't legislation, the council has the ability to create bylaws for its district under section 146, and I believe for the reasons of health and safety under 145 and 146 nuisance, and the risks to human health, we should be doing this. And it's not about us creating a regulatory framework and throwing big sticks at people that have cats. It's about empowering our cat rescues, from Donna Doolittle's up north to coast cat rescue, who are the people actually on the ground dealing with the prolific amount of cat colonies up here. We have got so many kittens that they're all being shipped down to the South Island up here because of our out of control cat colonies. And people are feeding them, you know, they're owning them because they're feeding them. There is guidelines around what's classed as owning an animal, including a cat. So the only way that somebody like Sam, who spoke to us today, or Donna up north, can have some leverage is by having this in a bylaw, so they, you know, when they're knocking on doors all the time saying, hey, see you've got 10 cats here, are they all desexed? Yes or no? Hey, I can get some funding and get them all desexed so that then it's not such a huge problem. And if the person says no, go away, she then is like, well, it's actually a rule in your council's bylaw, so I think you should. I'll come back and you can think about it. So it's if we have it in a policy, it's not, she can't use those words because it's a recommendation. If it's in a bylaw, which I really strongly believe will become legislation anyway, it's empowering them. Somebody talked about risk while we were talking earlier. This is a huge risk for us if we don't go out to consultation on this as a bylaw rather than a policy. I was here for the dogs, here for the cats. The dog bylaw is different because there was a legislative framework. We had to do so much with that legislation, and we got the backlash. This is different. We're working with community organisations to get what is right for our communities, and the cats are a huge issue for biodiversity as well, but I know that that's a touchy topic at this table for some. Yeah, I'll save the rest for the end.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor for your seconder. Would you like to speak to this?
Thank you. On page 205, it highlights our northern case study example, being Whangarei District Council. So with us now following their lead, there's only one council left in all of Northland to lead the way in terms of this movement. And I think all those volunteers and all of the shelters that go out of their way, it's not a job to them, it's a passion for them, and it's our community that benefits. And I'd just like to highlight to our council that is a key relationship opportunity that we really need to improve, and it's our community that benefits if we can improve those relationships between our formal animal control department and our voluntary community groups. We always talk about Indigenous biodiversity. There's a new national policy statement on Indigenous biodiversity. We have consent notices that relate to the protection of Indigenous flora and fauna through not having mustelids, cats or dogs as a standing consent notice for all subdivisions within proximity for the Department of Conservation. And yet, this proposed bylaw, which would actually have an outcome that would be positive, instead of words that we don't necessarily do anything with and just sit there to be referenced and don't have any delivery. This is actually something that shows our community that Northland is leading the way and that we want to protect our Indigenous biodiversity from the huge number of cats, 300 odd in 3 years from one cat we heard today. So that will have a huge impact. I do think, and I acknowledge the staff, that we'll need to consider our resourcing around this, that we'll need to consider our budgets around this, but I also think we need to consider our grants to our shelters and how we collaborate with them, because on page 206 at the top of the page here, it talks about SPCA no longer having facilities north of Kirikiri. There are facilities north of Kirikiri, coast to coast. We're here today. The community will gave them a $10,000 grant. As well, yeah. Yes, and we've talked about Donna Doolittle, and we also have Bay of Islands Rescue doing work in that area as well. So I think that we need to talk about that in our annual plan about how we can support them, because they're going to have a lot of work to do, they already do, and this is something that if we're going to take it seriously, we need to resource accordingly.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Haukia.
Take it all.
And support. I'm in support of this actually, because I think because the girls have convinced me. Papano Ipiha of Ngā Tikura was one of my who passed away last year, but got to see me become me, which is cool. But a mentor for me. One of his haka tauaki proverbs is tono atu he kuri hoki ke mai he turi. You send the dog, so you send in someone to be your dog and you get back a cat. But the girls today have flipped that over. And we've got Ngā Tikuri in there, sent out the kuri, and they've come back as actually strong cats. I hear from staff the concerns around the empowerment of this from our perspective in council, but what we've seen is a number of councils up and down the country move in this space, and it's very incredibly likely, I assume, that our central government will be requiring this of us in any case over the coming 3 years. So we may as well front foot it. It's what our community is asking for. It's what our community voluntary groups are asking for, to give them an extra piece of power to do the incredible work that they're doing. What was it, 1,600 cats already this year? But also we'll give them a little bit more empowerment for funding options. I will ask now for anyone who would like to speak against the motion. Thank you, councillor Court.
I actually had an alternate resolution prepared that we did not proceed at this point in time, but instead await the Environment Committee's report back to the Crown and steps forward. I am mindful of all the work that we have. We hear from Councillor Ford that we still don't have a drainage bylaw, and I just wonder if we're getting the cart before the horse to quote the Mayor, that this is premature and that we should find hope. I am enormously sympathetic to the submission, and we've received an email from Leonie and Cal, which I've read, to what our voluntary groups are facing every single day. I'm also a cat owner, and I have a D6 microchipped cat. How many people out there, the good cat owners, will have done that? And we're not talking about the good cat owners. We're talking about the bad cat owners. Well, that might not be fair, but unless you're a breeder, you should have your cat D6 and microchipped, and if you can collect your cat from a reputable provider like the SPCA, it already comes microchipped and D6. I think we're setting our staff up to fail. I think this will be a very difficult policy to implement, a very difficult policy to manage. I think it's going to put them in the firing line of a lot of very angry customers. And we remember what happened last time we tried to implement our cat policy. We all got very threatening email and abuse from both sides of the argument. It is a problem in Northland, but my preference is that we time-ho and the government decides. I would be more comfortable if my colleagues had moved a policy, but they didn't. They went straight for the bylaw, and that's the bit that's got me stuck. If we develop a bylaw, it's not a cheap exercise. Is this really the number one bylaw that our staff need to be working on right now? I don't think it is. I think we've got more urgent.
Point of order, Mayor. We've been talking on this for nearly an hour. I'd like to move that we either adjourn or close the motion. Put it to the vote.
Thank you for that, Councillor McNally. This is the final speaker who was against, and then understanding orders, we've had 3, 4, 1 against. We will then go for a right of reply and put it to the vote. So we'll let this process sort itself out and then we'll move on. Councillor Court.
I've lost my train of thought. I'll draw it to a close.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stratford, right of reply.
No right of reply, put it to the vote, please.
Thank you. All those in favour for the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Councillors Kappa, Pleskovich, Court and McNally. That is a majority, so the motion is passed. Oh, sorry, any abstentions? Then it has passed. We will now move to item 6.8 on page 210. Thank you.
Have it moved, Mr. Chair.
Temporary road closure for the Kitty Half Marathon, moved by Councillor Vucic. Are you going to do it? And I'm going to second that one.
My comments. The half marathon is a key event. We have that when COVID would allow, so to speak. So I'm all for it. I do have a question though, does this have to come to us every year? Could we say, look, it's the same route, same location, and for maybe a triennium, give tacit approval?
We've got Calvin in the room, can probably respond to the question.
I'd also like to introduce to the Chair Fraser, who is our new TMC for the, well, relatively new TMC for the Whanau District area as well. So I think elected members may recall previously when we've brought events to council, it has been discussed whether these decisions can be delegated, and for events, they are a decision of council that can't be delegated. I'll let Fraser talk to the detail, but because the traffic management plans are specific to the roads and may or may not change, we do have to come back each time. So.
Yes, it's part of the transport regulations of 1985 that we have to get council approval to close the road for certain events. And this is just one of them, comes under that category.
Yeah, so my question is really, can you approve over a year in advance? If someone says, I want to run something in 2 years, give me approval. Presumably you can.
If it was the exact same route and maps and the same roads, can we?
Yeah, I think we can. I'll have to check on that. Yeah.
We can, through the chair, we can check on that and come back to council. I guess the only risk is you're approving some, we would then have to come back if it does even tweak slightly. So,
Thank you for that. I haven't had any further requests to speak, so we'll put this to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We now go to item 6.9 on page 226. Moved by councillor Lucich, our Te Hono Committee Terms of Reference Amendment. I'm happy to second this one. Before we get there, we just need to amend the Terms of Reference itself. This is to change the frequency of the meetings, but part of it was also Chair McGlynn also requested looking at a smaller membership for the committee with a higher frequency of meetings to be a more of a task force in this space. Based off of that, I asked members who was keen to be on this, and I've forgotten, so if we could just go through that again now. I think I have to be. I'm ex officio, one of the things. Councillor Vucic, Deputy Stratford, were you also in? Yeah. Councillor Court, would you like to be on our committee? We had a request from our chair to, I think this may have come through one of our mayor and councillor catch-ups.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared for the question, so I haven't considered an answer.
So you're staying after now then?
Councillor Kappa. We can remove Councillor Kappa from there. Councillor Foy. No.
I think Councillor Radich wants to be.
No.
Councillor Hakia Haruira.
What are you asking?
If you would like to be on the Te Miro Committee.
No. You said
good. You said no. But I'd like the notes.
All councillors will still have speaking rights at the table should they wish to attend, and will also still be provided all agenda copies as a part of the new makeup. You just won't be a part of the committee voting membership or make up the quorum as well. This will feed into our mid-term review. It's just a little bit early based off the meeting I had with our chair and the request in this space. So based off that, Councillor Akaharu, you were
no.
off. Councillor Radich was off. Councillor Kleskovic,
I think I'd like to be on. Can I ask a question, please?
You can, if I can just quickly get to Councillor McNally.
Yep.
And Councillor Rakena. Question, Councillor Kleskovic?
I was just about calling that Mr. McGlynn had asked that we appoint another external member to the group.
What would ask was for that to come back to the table at another time so that we could look into the financial implications of that with a little bit more detail, because there were quite significant financial implications off the top of my head.
Through the chair, there isn't provision for that to happen because the current terms of reference has at least one independent appointment, so you can appoint.
So you can appoint the terms of reference won't preclude us from appointing someone else down the track, but not today. Thank you. Well, then we would also change our quorum to 4.
Yeah.
As
Thank you.
Yep. And that was some of the issues. You want me to speak to this?
Yes, please, if you could speak to.
So just doing this.
Now that we all understand what we are discussing.
In terms of, I don't know what we've, so we've got that. So can we get a note on screen of what we've actually got that we're moving now? Are we going to move the numbers?
So what we're moving today is the change in the meeting schedule, the frequency of the meetings, and also a changed quorum and membership. The quorum will now be 4 members, and the membership will be myself, external appointee, yourself as Deputy Chair, Councillors Cork, Kriskovich, McNally, and Deputy Administrator.
Yeah, so that's good. So just that maybe worthwhile put it all up. So just speaking to that, as you rightly pointed out, Mr. Mayor, that the chair has, because of the difficulty getting a quorum, he's requested the numbers to be dropped, and it'll be more focused in the way it does come to. It's not as if there's a large delegated authority that decisions won't be coming to the council table anyway. Anybody will then have a chance to read and comment and vote accordingly. The meeting frequency being what it was making it difficult and making certainly a number nervous, including myself, especially when you look at the finance terms of that in the terms of reference. So dropping it down to a reduced time. Did we decide on 6 weekly?
Yes.
Yes, 6 weekly, good. Does address that. As for the finance side, and that's fine for the assurance and risk. As for the finance side, I understand we can get finance and probably will through council on a more regular basis. And so the detail that the assurance and risk we'll be looking at in that 6 weekly interval should, in my opinion, cover it. So I'm happy as it currently stands to be 6 weekly with the reduced numbers and the attendees as described. So I'm in favour.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just about the current item in the terms of reference amendment. I just wanted to ask about the committees themselves and actually how to address different issues if a committee doesn't do it. For example, resource consents and building consents. We used to have a regulatory committee, so you could table any issues and hear specific issues about that sector, and include animal control as well. And then for infrastructure, particularly about the capital works program. So if we were to move a motion per se that only scoped projects could go into the capital works program, you do that as part of the infrastructure committee. So I guess I just wanted to table with changing this terms of reference. Are we going to look at, the other committees of council, because the portfolio holders don't actually have meetings to table amendments or motions unless it's a full council meeting, which, as we can see today, is very chocker. And so I just wanted to table that with the council because I'm not sure how you would do that, because I do want to move that motion about only including scope projects in the annual plan or LTP.
Thank you for that, Councillor Boyd. We've got Kesa here who has taken note of that to take offline. On top of that though, what we are going to be doing is a midterm review next April around our current governance arrangements, the gaps that are present within that. We've already identified a number of things that are missing from the new governance arrangements where we've got, we only, for example, have decision-making papers coming to council and we're not receiving report after report in that space, around how we empower or fill the missing links from what we used to have under our old structure and committees around information, like IAM's reporting has come through a number of times, is the information share that was incredibly helpful. I will also just remind members that anything can be brought to this table through a notice of motion, so that is always an avenue for you to address things. But as always, we've got our meeting executive here, and I encourage you all to
work with him and our staff here to try and find solutions to these things that are being raised. I've been checked to address in any case. All right, we'll put councillor Vucic, I don't think you want to write it. Put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.10 on page 232. Amendment of our standing orders to align with the Local Government Electoral Act changes, which will allow us to have quorum virtually forever and all time, unless it should change again, which is cool, and I'm happy to move that. Seconded by councillor Vucic. Let the report speak to itself. Councillor Vucic, did you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I think given these times and given the distance we have, I think option 1, allowing for online as it states for 12.9, I think it's great. I'm definitely in support of that. I just want to point out that there is an error when I was just looking at what was existing. I noticed an error. Do I get a chocolate fish for that? And that's on page 40, item 18 voting and 18.3 in particular. It's actually chairperson has a casting vote. That's not correct. The chairperson does not have a casting vote.
I was trying to sneak it in there, councillor Vucic.
No, I don't think you will. I don't think you will, Mr. Chair. And on page 278, you'll see the clause which is in there, which is correct. So it's just an error in the index.
Yes, thank you.
The only changes to our standing orders that we which are on the table today are those around.
And I'm willing to go to the chocolate fish because I do owe Casey.
Thank you for that. We'll now put this to Deputy Mistress.
Will the these standing orders for community boards be getting reviewed as well?
No, we've got our own separate one.
Yeah, I know, but given the legislation change, yeah.
I see what you're saying.
That I would like to see that conversation happen with our community board chairs. Technologically, of course, that could be difficulties in how we roll with that, but I'm just signalling for them to be able to determine what it looks like at their respective tables. We'll put this to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We now go to item 6.11 on page 312. Oh, we've got a big standing order. This is the provincial sector elections, August 2023, chair and national council representative. We have 3 candidates here. I would like to move, no surprises here probably, but that we vote in favour of Mayor Neil Holden of the Plymouth District Council for both chair and national council representative. The papers in here state that he was only standing for chair. We did get further papers which didn't to state that he was also standing, state that he's also standing for National Council chair. If I could get a seconder before I speak to this. Thank you, Councillor Kiskovich. We've got 3 candidates who have stood from our provincial sector. Provincial sector councils are councils with a population of between 20,000 and 100,000 people, which includes us, with the election of our former provincial chair, Sam, as our new president. That's left a by-election here to choose a new chair. Speak incredibly highly of all 3 of these mayors who have put their hands up in this space. The same arguments I shared in the sentiments around wanting Mayor Holden at the table for National Council President still stand today around bringing him to the National Council table, primarily around voting and the incredible work that he's been doing in this space to raise the national awareness around the huge deficits we have when it comes to road maintenance funding. I think he's a champion in this space that I'd love to see at National Council's table itself, and I think it will only enhance us when we stand together with all our provincial councils in elevating those serious concerns. I just want to acknowledge though that Mayor Tim King is a phenomenal individual himself. He just won the Super Local Leader of the Year award in our latest awards this year, and of course Mayor Helen Warble has done phenomenal work across the waters space, so acknowledging them but putting forward Mayor Holden. Councillor Peskovich, would you like to speak to the motion? Happy to open the floor. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions. The motion is carried. We'll now go to item 6.12 on page 319. Committee recommendations. So we've got a number of recommendations from Te Kuaka and Te Koiko to come before us. I'm happy to move, and Councillor Haukia Harawira is seconding. I don't have anything further to note other than thank you to the staff for taking on the request to bring a more of an aesthetic appeal to those Te Reo Māori and Tikanga policy guidelines and frameworks. So thank you for that. It looks very beautiful, and I'll be very proud to share that across the network with this cool mahi we're doing in this space. Councillor Haukia Harawira, would you like to speak?
No, te toko pai ngā kaipapa katoa.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Rakena.
Tēnā koe te kai, ka hoino tāku e tuku mihi atu ki ngā kaimahi o te kaunihira o tira ki te kāhui o Te Hono. Ki taku mahara ko wehe atu a Simone ki kāhui ki atu engari poroto i te whānau o te kaunihira o te hiku o tika, nō reira I whakapaukaha raiwa o tira rātou. Ki te rangahau, ki te kohikohi, ki te whawhaki, ki te hauhake I ngā kōrero e hāngai puana ki tō tātou reo rangatira o tira ki ngā tikanga e whai pāngana ki te tāhuhu o tō tātou nei whare e whakaruru te hau nei I ngā tāngata katoa e nohana ki roto I te hiku o tika. Ka hoki aku mahara ki te tau tahi mano iwarau whiti te kaumārua I te tai atu te tini o ngā rōpū penei I te kāhui o Ngā Tama Toa ki te whare pāremata ki te tuku atu I te peti hana reo Māori. Nā koe apea te tahi wāhi timatanga mā tā tātou kōkiri I roto I tēnei huarahi e whakatūwhera I tō tātou ao Māori o tira kia hoki mai anō te mana o tō tātou reo rangatira kei wāinga nui I a tātou katoa. Kā rua, ka hoki aku mahara ki a rātou I whakapaukaha ki te hakatū I wa tātou kōhanga reo I te tau tahi mano I warau ore te kaumārua hakatū ai te kōhanga reo tuatai I puke atua. Wainui o mata, mōhio puana tātou e whai pāngana ki ngā kōhanga reo ki hai e rā whānau I whai pūtea I hakatū I tēnei kaupapa I enei kaupapa mā roto I warātou whawhai I roto I ngā pūtea kei warātou pūkoro nā I e rā taima ki hai te Māori tino whai pūtea engari whai aroha ki tō tātou reo Māori. Tau tahi mano I warau wari te kaumārima hakatū ai te kura kaupapa Māori o Wāni Waititi I enei rā ko koia ko tētahi o ngā kura e ārahi ana I ngā kaupapa katoa huri horapa I Aotearoa me tō tātou ao. Ki te ana I ngā iwi take katoa o te ao whānui e titiro mai ana ki tō tātou kura rangatira o tira ki ngā kura kaupapa katoa. I pute e ra kōrero I te conference I Kānata nā I kite ai te tine o ngā Māori I haere atu ki te akiaki ki te poipoi I ngā iwi take o e rā whenua. Te hakatupuranga 2,000 iwarau rima te kaumā, whiti te kaumārima I tuai I roto I ngā tau. Te whare wānanga tuatahi o te wānanga o Raukawa, 1,000 iwarau wari te kaumātahi. E nā kaupapa katoa I whakatūwhera I porau I te tai huarahi kia hoki mai anō tō tātou tino rangatiratanga. Arā, ko te reo Māori, ko ngā tikanga Māori katoa. E timatanga noiho tēnā mā tēnei mā tātou katoa. Nā ko tātou, te kaunihera o te hiku o te ika, ka tū hei māngai, hei kanohi, hei tauira, mō ngā kaunihera puta noa i Aotearoa. Kia kite ai rātou, e angitu ana te kaunihera o te taitokero, o tira, o te hiku, o te ika. Ko te hihia kia tupu tonu tō tātou reo Māori, ko ngā whenua katoa e pai ai tā tātou whatu i te kahu o te ora, kia haumaru te ana mata, kia matumato hoki te tupu o tō tātou a Māori. Ka mutu ki te whakatauki, a tāhemi henare e nāna, ko te reo, te Māori o te mana Māori. Tēnā tātou katoa.
Māwai rā, he taurema, te marae Māori, a te tika, e pono, e taro,
Kia ora, Kaunihera Rakena. I just want to acknowledge the fact that I think we just found your passion. I think it's the most talking you've ever done in these chambers. If I had up every other time from every other meeting we've had in this almost year we've had in here. Acknowledge the fact that you did present all of that interview and our interpreter has gone off to another meeting. Acknowledge the fact that within that beautiful and eloquent speech, you acknowledged your support, because today, if this council adopts these recommendations that have come from our committee, we are going to be approving the first ever Te Reo Māori and tikanga policy and framework, which will be transformational for our district going forward. So acknowledging that, thank you, Councillor Rakena. I haven't had any further requests to speak, so we'll put that to a vote. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm going to abstain purely on the ground that I have absolutely no idea what was just said. I'm sure it's brilliant, but I'll touch base with Tāmati later.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Court, that has passed. We'll go to item 7.1 on page 341. Mayor and Councillors' reports. Recommendation there to note reports from everyone but Councillor McNally, Councillor Foy and Councillor Radich. We'll have a meeting in the Principal's office following this. Thank you. I'm happy to move if I could get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Rakena. If I could open up to, actually as mover, can I just say that I know that there is the argument over the value that these bring in terms of the raising of these and where does it get to. The value that I have from these is seeing the phenomenal work that you are all doing across our district, across our country in some instances, on behalf of the people we represent. And it doesn't just for me, but also for the 75,000 other whānau who call this district home. And it does have huge value. I do very much appreciate being able to read these and catch up on things. Also to see where things aren't working. And I know that we have some operational governance mechanisms that we use to appropriately connect them with our organisation guide that have not been flowing, and I get to see those coming through and to everyone else. We also, I love the flavour that everyone brings to their individual reports. From Did You Know, and as the Mokopedia of my family, I love having Did You Know statistics come through. Thank you, Councillor Court. To Councillor Haukiat Harawira, in the acknowledgement of those of us who have passed away since your last report, and being able to immortalise them for what it's worth in our agenda through your report, as well as to celebrate those who are to be celebrated. So I personally appreciate this, and I will be
capturing the value of these reports within our midterm review as well, going forward. Councillor Rakena, would you like to speak to your report or any of the others, please?
Kia ora kahika, since I'm on a roll of talking, I might as well just keep on going. Unless I get a flat tire, of course. No, I just wanted to express my appreciation, and I'm not downing any of the reports here by the other councillors, but just especially to point out the reports given by Councillor Court and Councillor Halkia. Harawira, I always question, where do you find the time in the day or night or 2 a.m. in the morning to write these reports? But I think what it does for the constituents of the Far North District is that it assures them that even at the highest level of governance that there is a lot of work being put in, and to also highlight that although some of the elected members whose reports aren't as expressive, that I guarantee that the elected members are out there doing the making at a grassroots level. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation for the meticulous writing that has gone on, and that it's also very, very educational. Kia ora mai tata.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight in Councillor Court's report the Disability Action Group, which I unfortunately haven't been able to get to a meeting for ages, but the comments around the SLT attending the hui and being, quite surprised by some of the issues that were raised there. I think it highlights again the need for new employees to have an induction on disability issues, that our public or people interfacing with the organisation either via resource consent or our libraries are constantly exposed to. And it should go deeper for managers or team leaders. There's a fund, 10k a year is put in the DAG pot each year, and they've expressed in the past that they're willing to use some of that money to host workshops for staff and elected members. In the last triennium, the elected members actually had a workshop with, I forget what the organisation is in Whangarei. No, it wasn't called Barrier Free, but I can't remember the name of the organisation. But the other thing that I just wanted to point out for everybody in reference to my report, please take one of these to read. It's the voices of our communities across the region on and their feedback, how they felt the emergency response went and how they were all impacted. So everybody take one of those, and staff, you're welcome to help yourself. There's more in the elected members lounge.
Thank you for that. All right, we'll put that to a vote in favour.
Just one other comment, very quickly, that just a bit unusual. We put a Astro photograph in there.
No,
I saw that.
And the reason I did that, just so you know, because I was inspired by being in Kauko, as with those pictures, and that's our designated dark sky zone.
Yes.
If you're interested, I can do a signed copy, and it only cost you a chocolate fish. Give that to Casey.
Thank you for that, Councillor Papa.
I just wanted to highlight in my report under community matters, the issue around that community that have made contact with me. Is there difficulty in manoeuvring through a resource consent and the understanding of their own requirements, but not only that, it's actually the cost to them. And so I want to go back to a workshop, whether it had or had not, where myself and Kōwhai did indicate from our housing portfolio that we were pursuing an opportunity to have a travel show around the rohe, so that we can discuss with hapu and with iwi and communities the process of resource consent. Now, I just want to leave that there, but I wanted to highlight that because it may come up again in my future reports, like we don't think on my report.
Thank you, councillor Kapa. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We'll now move to item 7.3, council action sheet update for September. I'm happy to move. Seconded by councillor Vusic. Councillor Vusic, would you like to speak to this item?
Oh, just noting on page 394, there are some items that have been moved in 2021. 1/7/2021, and I'm just wondering, and that's the Marbury, it does say it's a work's underway. I just would like to see that. 2 years. And the second item the same, that's over a year, and surely we can action some of these. Thank you.
For that, councillor Foy.
Thank you, Member Hall. I just wanted to highlight that this is the outstanding action sheet for council, but I'm also on the community board, and there are a number of delegations to the community board which take up a lot of time and energy, and there are a lot of outstanding matters that haven't been addressed for years and years, and it's causing a lot of angst and frustration at that local level, but it's always passed on to us who are the council firehilders, also on the community board, and she hears the same issues come up over and over again because people don't see the community board as a tainer of council, but in terms of the actual issues that are relevant, the community board is the face of council, and what the ratepayers want to hear is somebody hearing their frustrations and being able to vent, but then also knowing there's a path forward to resolve those. So I would just ask, as part of the outstanding actions report.
Get a sticker.
Councillor Maddie. That the outstanding actions report be also tagged onto the community board's reports, because we've got great community board administrators, but one of the ones in Tuku that have been going on for 6 years now, and it's only about Tuku, is the lane drainage, and we've got some of our staff here, and operational issues around that and the bylaw around that, and basically not been addressed at all for 6 years. So there's a huge backlog of work in that space, but also the amount of local issues that we hear that Beth for our Tuku community board is doing a great job at bringing up, but aren't being addressed operationally, unfortunately. So I just wanted to table that to, I guess, case for our next council meeting.
Thank you.
Was that to include the community board action items in council's action items?
No, in the update reports from each community board, so that there is a council item about it, so we can move motions and to address that at a council level.
We can include that in receiving our community board minutes.
Yes.
It's a part of the minutes and just have it actually present as a separate council. Okay, then, thank you. Gigi will take that up. We'll put the motion to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank
Thank you, Councillor Rowden. It's great to have you on. Hope you're feeling well.
Yes, good afternoon. Just to bring something up before you move this motion. I was expecting all us councillors were expecting an update on the Carry Dam, which was for today. What's the problem?
We have that in our
item 2.
Closed.
Closed.
8.4.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Excuse me.
Maybe I'll need to take this up with our chief executive to get a response, but I do know we are awaiting an update in the space for the Cody Dam. And what I'll do is I'll ask our chief executive to touch base with both yourselves and our Ngā Kohu Ahu Whenua Trust, who I know are awaiting further progress on the work to decommission the Cody Dam to take place, so that everyone's on the same level of understanding. Thank you for that. We'll now move to.
Actually, this is just to Councillor Adams. There has been progress, and we will have an update for you very shortly. The update on Cody Dam is dependent on the Sweetwater report to a certain extent, so we wanted to get that done first, and then we will have an update on Cody Dam in due course.
Thank you for that. I'll now move that item 8, a resolution to exclude the public for the following items: our previous minutes, our previous committee public excluded resolutions, an amendment to the resolution for One Whāro Way in our Property Poetry, and also a Sweetwater update report. If I could have a seconder for that, please. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstention, motion is carried. If I could get confirmation when our live stream has been paused.
Was that?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. We will move
Thank you and welcome back to our council meeting. To the 3 people on our live stream, I don't know, I just made that number up. We've had a massive council meeting today. Within public excluded, we had a number of items on the table. Our resolution for One Whāraway and the Pūtakawa tree was left to lie. Our minutes stay there, and we also had a Sweetwater update report, which doesn't change anything on the ground for us. That will be released when we also have drought resilience communications ready to go for our communities as well. So please keep out for that, because we do know that we've got a potential drought hitting us this summer. Now, I've been passed a note from Whaia Dolly, who is the chair of Otiria Marae, to please announce that Te Runanga o Ngā Tihine and Otiria Marae are hosting a Meet the Candidates night on the 3rd of October at 5:30 p.m. at Otiria Marae Moerewa, and confirmed candidates are Grant McCullum, Shane Jones, Matt King, Tuhana Linden, Raina Tuaipeni and Calvin Davis. So for anyone who is yet to decide who they're going to vote for, needs to hear what they're going to do, then please feel welcome to go to Otiria Marae. Whaia Dolly passed us on, and just before we close with karakia, I do want to acknowledge you, Whaia Dolly, because I believe this is your last time as an official GG, a governance girl, supporting in democracy services, because you will be starting your new role as the Te Kuaka coordinator. After the very massive meeting we've had today, I take my hat off to you over those minutes you've been looking after for us, and I bet you are going to celebrate tonight that you no longer will be doing this sort of role. So thank you very much for all of the mahi you do, Whaia Dolly. We still get to keep you here in council, but you'll be doing a different job, and I wish you all the best of it as well.
Did you work on the last day?
I will ask Councillor Pleskovic to close us with karakia.
Karakia mātu, mīnoi tātou. Tēnā te motangi e raupati mai nei ngā makauri o te upoko o tāku. Ka koko tiki te toki ko te toki nui o rata ngā rue ai te whenua. Horongia te mataui ka taka e roto e te poho a tāne. Tirohia te kura i te kua matariki e tuana i te pai. E harako matua hau tere tēnā. Tēnā tōna tohu kei te rai e mauana. Ko tōna mata ko te mata o tāpaki e tuhia nā rapa ana ki te rangi. Haumi e hui e... Taiki.
Taiki. Thank you all.
Don't forget everybody to do our video.
Now
Harley.
So I'm going to say from tomorrow, I'm officially on leave.
That means you're not going to be voted.
If there's an emergency, call 111. Otherwise, Kelly will be acting mayor for 3 weeks. I return on election day on the 14th of October.
Oh, I sent you the invite.
So Kelly's the big boss. Please be good for her. And thank you for the fun meeting.
Good luck.
I put my hand up for acting mayor.